Hello, party people. What's up, everybody? Hey, chatters. You guys are making shenanigans in the chat already. I can already see how this night is going to go. It's going to be fun.
Already
Oh,
fantastic.
I know, already. The shenanigans have begun. But hey, welcome, everybody, to Inspired by Mystery Podcast. Obviously, all of you know me. I'm your host, Sammy Soros. And today I have the most amazing, lovely guest who I want to introduce. This is Petunia Jade. She is one of the Gravestone girls. Yay!
That's me.
Oh,
Here I am.
Yeah, I am so glad that you are here right now. A little bit of backstory about how I met this fantastic, lovely woman. Me and Dusty were actually on a trip. We were in Philly, and we were just doing a whole trip. We went to Philly, we went to Salem, and we ended up flying to Iceland after the fact. But I looked up stuff to do. I know, it was so awesome. I looked up some stuff to do while I was in Philly, and there was a macabre art fair that was located in a historic cemetery in Philly.
Yeah,
And
Laurel Hill Cemetery. Spectacular.
Oh man, so I felt so lucky where I was like, this is exactly what I need to be doing with my time. That is so fucking perfect. Like, art fair in a cemetery, totally got to do it. So I go, and we went kind of far out of our way. It was a little far from downtown Philly, but we took a cab, and we get there, and it is just the coolest event that I've ever, definitely the coolest craft fair that I've ever been to. And
Absolutely.
when I first walk in, you pay like whatever it was, $6 or something like that. And you walk in and there's like endless amount of vendors. And the first vendor that I hit was one of your friends, Ever Crumbly and Witch, the witch hat.
Yes.
makers.
Oh, the witch hat people. That's right. They were in the first spot just as you come into the cemetery.
First spot, which was good and bad. It was good because they were extremely expensive hats. And I'm glad that I saw them first, because if I would have gone through all the stuff, I would have spent so much money that I never would have been able to afford one of those hats. But I walk in and it's just like this incredible handmade witch hats. So
Yeah, they make spectacular stuff.
they're fucking awesome. I love their stuff. So I would definitely yes, the witch hat that was in the horror room that you saw, Roxy, when you were staying here. Fantastic piece. But of course I make friends with Jamie Addington, who is the hat master, and she tells me, you have to trust me, you have to go see my friends, the Gravestone girls have a booth down the way. Trust me, you're gonna love the shit. So I was like, obviously you know the coolest shit ever because you're a witch hat maker, so I will take your advice. And I beelined it right for your booth. So I go over there and I'm like, hey, Jamie sent me. And how long did we talk? For like a freaking hour or something like that?
First, it was you and me talking forever, and then you and Melissa, and yeah, it was hysterical. It was like we just had known each other forever. And I think the best part of that was, and I just told somebody this story this afternoon when I was talking about being on with you tonight. Melissa and I packed up at the end of the day. We're always some of the last ones to leave the event. So we're driving out at the cemetery gate, and you and Dusty are sitting there by the gate, and we're like, "Hey, cool to meet you. Have a great trip." And you guys just went, "Hey, we're going for Philly cheesesteaks into a club. You want to go?" Yeah, we want to go. Let's go. And then we just spent the rest of the night, and it was just like, well, we met these people a couple hours ago, and now we're going out, and it was just a nice, natural, organic fit. We had such a blast.
It was so fun because, like, you know, we're always the stragglers. We're the last people too. So after the fair started to shut down, we're like, well, we're in this amazing historic cemetery. Let's walk around. Because we're huge cemetery enthusiasts, which we will get into in the future of the show. And yeah, we just took like a while, and we were sitting there by the exit, just sitting, hanging out, like, okay, what should we do? Like, we don't know anybody in this town. We have no idea what we're doing. Actually, I had one friend who was there visiting at the time, Katie, but she wasn't able to hang out till later. And I'm like, what are we gonna do? Okay, we're in Philly. You get Philly
that's right.
cheesesteaks.
That's right. We met her later.
Yeah.
Yes,
which
when
was
in
so
Philly
cool.
you get cheesesteak.
You get cheesesteaks. So we were just sitting there, like looking around, like, okay, which cheesesteak place should we go to? And we're just kind of like looking on our phones. And then, like you said, you guys happened to roll by. We had
We
already
just
become
roll
Facebook
out.
friends. And we were like, all right, we are definitely keeping in touch. And we're like, do you guys want to hang out with us? Like, you should totally all hang out. Like, we just made friends and we had the best time. And like you said, it felt like we had known each other for so long and we had so many things in common. And I know that we will be friends for a long time to come. So, this is awesome that tonight I get to pick your brain about stuff. You get to share stories and we get to know each other even better. So, I'm really looking
It's
forward to that.
Yeah, that's so cool. And I just sent my payment into the Market of the Macabre at Laurel Hill for September just yesterday. So your timing in contacting me to
Cool.
do this is just perfect. It's so
That's so
perfect.
awesome. All right. It was Kismet. Everything kind of lined up. I wish I could
Indeed.
come back for that because it was the best. It was kind of interesting too because at that fair, like, I mean, it's a full blown, like, packed cemetery. So
Oh yeah.
people were like
Yeah.
on top of graves, which I had, conflicting feelings about. I felt like everybody that was there recognized that they were trying to be as respectful as possible. It was
Yeah.
in no way meant as a disrespectful thing, but we also are kind of honoring that same kind of macabre thing. So when I was in Jamie Addington's hat place, I looked down and there's like one of those like tombstone covers, like those flat graves, and she's like, I keep trying to walk around them, man. I just feel so bad. I keep saying sorry, Mr. Smith, or whatever, And I
Yeah.
was like, this is like the most bizarre
It
experience
is
ever.
weird. It was the so they've been doing Market of the Macabre for maybe I think this is the fifth year. They even did truly, and the first year I did it, when I found out about it, I went, well, of course I'm going to go do an art market in the cemetery. Of course I am. And
Yes.
I've been at this a long time, so I have a 10 by 10 tent, and I've got a whole setup with tables. I've got everything goes a particular way for my display. And we get into the cemetery. They show me my space, and it is literally in the middle of a family plot. And I think to myself, well, that isn't, I must have missed that because when she pointed and said, here, your space is over there, she didn't mean there in the middle of the tombstone. She probably meant over here in the middle of the grass next to the family plot. So
Sure.
I checked and I said, here? No, no, over there. And I went, really? Oh, okay. And I actually had to change my whole layout with my tables and everything to work around. And I thought, how would a family feel about this? But okay, if the caretakers of that space say okay, then okay. And
I
over the
found
years,
that
they
that
have
weird
done a little
too.
bit
Like,
to space us out. Yeah, over the years they've spaced us out a little bit differently. We're not fully on the lawn anymore. When you saw us, we were kind of like everybody's kind of half on and half off. So you're sort of at the edge of the grass, sprinkled around the tombstones, and half in the driveway walkway area. But yeah, they're all still right there, and it is the one of the coolest shows I do because it is physically, literally in the cemetery. And they're doing the art market. They're doing walking tours. They had a bar. People were bringing us dark and stormies all afternoon. Oh, it was
that's
fabulous.
awesome.
It was
That is so
fabulous.
awesome. I am surprised though that if there was like a little patch of grass next to the family tomb, why wouldn't they be like, we're gonna do our best to avoid being
I
on the
that
the
first
damn
year I do
graves?
not know.
That's
I
really
for
bizarre.
the first year, and even now, um, when we're sprinkled in there amongst the tombstones. So they put us. I don't remember. Laurel Hill's 100 and something acres, I think, and they put us in this section over here where it's a big loop, so that all the vendors can be very the shoppers can follow a path and hit everybody, and there's still so much more of the cemetery to see.
Totally,
Um,
totally.
and I still wonder, you know, we could never ever get away with that in the Northeast. Never. They've tried. If you hear about places like Hollywood Forever in L.A., um, Congressional in Washington D.C., and other big historic cemeteries like that, they do movie night. They do these kind of art markets and dog walking and dog washing and dinner parties and all this kind of stuff. Way in hell is New England going to let that happen? There was two women around here. I live in Massachusetts, central Massachusetts in Worcester, and we have this fabulous old rural cemetery. And two women tried to do a movie night, and they got some publicity for it. And the minute they got written up online or in the paper or whatever about it, people started calling and complaining. You can't do that. That's disrespectful. Nah, nah, nah. So there's
I see both sides of it. I
right.
definitely do,
It's a tough
especially
balance.
in Massachusetts. I mean, those
Right.
are some of the most iconic and historic cemeteries in our entire country, in the
Yeah.
history of our country.
Yeah.
So you don't want
Yeah.
people, spilling beer or whatever, being disrespectful. I mean, if it's just beer, whatever. But just the fact is of respecting that and making sure that people aren't eroding the graves by walking all over them.
Right.
I totally get, like, from a preservation aspect. I think that things should be
They would
treated with the
never.
utmost respect.
They would never. They would never do it in any of the colonial ones here, for exactly that reason. So these kind of activities always seem to be in the 19th century cemeteries where there are pathways and grass and that kind of stuff. If you ever get a chance, one to visit, but also there's a couple of great podcasts that Congressional Cemetery in D.C. did during the pandemic. The guy that runs Congressional says when people they do, like I said, they do all kinds of events, and the way he balances that, and I think it's a pretty good way to go. When he gets challenged by somebody and says, well, I don't think you should do that. That's disrespectful. And he goes, okay, cool. You want to write me a check for $3,000 to mow the lawn this week? I'll take it and I'll skip a movie night. It is a fantastic way for the cemetery, particularly if they don't have many lots to sell or no lots left to sell. It's really a great way for them to mow the lawn. The lawn's not going to mow itself, and do restoration. And the Laurel Hill it's $5 at the gate. There are typically more than 2,000 people that come in that little window of noon to 5 p.m. So wham, 10 grand for the cemetery right there, plus what the vendors pay, plus the new members that they get, plus just the contributions they get when people get there and drop a couple of bucks in the donation box. They've got a gift shop, so the merchandise that gets bought just in that 5-hour window on one day raises a significant amount of money for them. So it's a delicate balance, but
as long as people are
being
respectful, I think that it is great, especially like you said, some of these older cemeteries that are not getting more burials. These are old cemeteries, so who is funding that? So to do events like this is really cool, because that does help towards restoration. And I think that that's a super important thing, is to make sure that we're preserving the past, which brings me to my next point, that you and your group, you're so fantastic at honoring and preserving the past, because you have coined a method of making casts of these amazing historic tombstones, which as soon as I walked up to your booth, all the stuff you had was casts or some kind of reminiscent of these actual tombstones that exist. So your artwork is not you painting tombstones or making your own carvings, which would also be very, very cool. But you are actually going out to historic cemeteries, hunting around for the coolest stones and figuring out how to make casts of them. And that is just one of the coolest ideas that I've ever heard in my freaking life. I love it. So tell me, how did you get started on that? Like, what was the thought process for you deciding you were going to do it? Were you always just super into cemeteries and you just were trying to figure out a way to share that? Like, tell me your process from the beginning.
Sure. So, because I live in New England, we have some of the oldest cemeteries surviving in the country. So we've got stuff that dates back to the late 1600s, gravestones that are still standing with death dates in the mid to late 1600s. Um,
Wow.
and you'd be very hard pressed to go to pretty much any town in New England and not find these old colonial spaces with gravestones from the late 1600s, or at least from the 1700s, from the colonial period.
That's
So
amazing.
uh, I I grew up here. My mother was an antique dealer, uh, and when I
Cool.
was little, yeah. Oh, well, see all the shit behind me? I got 9 rooms full of that. So
Oh,
I still,
wow.
even after all these years, I have the disease really, really bad, the antique
Oh,
disease.
you're gonna have to show me your collection
Um,
sometime. I'll have to come visit and show me what you got because I love that shit too.
I give house tours. When people come to visit, that's the joke. I do a house tour, and depending on interest, um, it can take several hours as we poke through all of the stuff that's in my house. So
Yes, awesome. I will trade you a house tour. Come visit me. You'll get our crazy house tour with all of our crazy antiques and all of our crazy shit.
I saw your post about your clock, and while I'm looking at your fabulous clock, I'm also looking at all the cool stuff around it.
Oh yeah, our Victorian parlor room is my favorite room of the house. There is so much cool stuff. I'll have to take like a panorama for you and you can zoom around and stuff. There's a lot of really cool shit. That clock was an amazing contribution to our house. And it's its 100th
That is
birthday.
very
So cool.
hooray! Well,
Yeah,
I'm sure you ended up with it because the person that gave it to you knew that you would be good caretakers of it,
he
and that
did.
it
He
was the
did.
right place. That is how I end up with a lot of the stuff that I have too. People go, "Oh, you like old stuff? Here you go."
Awesome. That's so awesome.
And yeah, yeah. So
Cool.
all of that, including the idea that my grandfather died when I was young, and my grandmother came to live with us. So very much in the tradition of that generation, you go to the cemetery, you go visit, you you go plant the flowers, you go check out everything, you make sure that everything is in order, and you also just go visit. You also just go remember. So my family on my mother's side has a lot in a very small but really interesting cemetery that actually has all three of the major periods of cemetery evolution. So the front
Cool.
part has this section of colonial gravestones, and then the middle is some 19th century stuff, and then there's modern stuff in the back. And
Interesting.
when that side of the family homesteaded in that town, the family lore anyway says that for homesteading in the town gave them a burial lot of 12 spaces. So we've got family in there from the mid 1800s and going forward. So we were there all the
Cool.
time. And I'm little. You got to keep the little kids entertained. So my mother taught me to rub gravestones to keep me occupied. And years go by, I've got all these pieces of paper from doing tombstone rubbings, and um, I just want 3 dimensions. So I grow up, I become a big girl, I go to school, I have an art history and restoration education, and from there I was like, well, I'm going to use what I know to just make me some of it. To go make copies of a couple of my favorites, and yeah, it just that was 20 years ago, and it just kind of goes. It's just kind of gone from there. And as you were talking about it, making that transition to this part of the conversation, I'm thinking to myself, yep, not one piece of my stuff is anywhere near me. It's all downstairs in the
Really?
workshop. It's all downstairs in the workshop. So if we have a little break or there's a little filler or something, I will run down and get a couple of things. But there's actually no. Um, I think I have one piece in my house, uh, and
Really?
everything else gets made and sold, or in some
Wow.
cases,
I
when
would
I'm
cover
in a
my
pinch
walls.
for
I would cover my walls with that shit if I were you.
when
But
I
for the
when I'm.
interim, I can pull up some photos. I actually have a little slideshow of a few of
Oh,
the
good. Oh,
images
you did a
of
really
stuff.
great job. You did a
Thanks.
great job of picking pictures. I was looking at some of that stuff and I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen that picture in ages. How'd she do that?
Yeah, I went on your Instagram and just chose a few of the favorites. There are so many. There are endless, endless, amazing uh,
There really is.
pieces that you have. So I personally
It's,
love the old with the skeletons and the really old iconic stuff, and the winged skeletons and all of that stuff. So there's just like a
yeah.
little taste for you guys of some of the cool stuff. And at any point, you can run down and grab stuff if you would like to share. But we've got some links. Dusty will put some links in the chat
Cool.
of your website, Graveyard Girls website, and then to your
Gravestone. Gravestone. That's why you couldn't find me. So I
suck
have no
Gravestone
idea.
Girls.
No,
Shit,
everybody does it.
so sorry.
Everybody does it. And actually, if you do Graveyard Girls, it does actually. You can find us that way. But there used to be a group, and it's really funny because they were local. We knew them, they knew us, and they were Graveyard Girls. So they were a little sort of like lingerie burlesque troupe that would put
Ah,
on scantily, be scantily clad and pose in the graveyard, and it was the funniest thing because we were so close to each other, and we had such similar names, and everybody would mix them up with us and us with them. And I work with a lot of um, older groups, so genealogy groups, historical societies, all that kind of stuff. So a lot of our clientele, or a lot of the people that we work with, tend to skew a little bit older, uh, and
and they
some of
would
them
find
would
the
get
burlesque troupe
some
when
of
they're
them would get a
googling you.
surprise. I remember I did a program one morning for a men's club, like this, retired, like veterans, VFW type of crowd, a men's group that got together every Wednesday morning. They have coffee, donuts. They talk about, they talk about their military experience and all that. And they were a social club. It was a way for all these veterans to get together. And I've got about 100 men in the room. I am the only female in the place. They're all easily 80 and older, so I'm a big treat that day. And the person that introduced me said Graveyard Girls, and I was like, oh, you're gonna like those ladies too.
Please accept my apology. We have the proper name under your name here
Everybody
on the
does it.
screen
Ev-
and the links, and I'm so
yep.
sorry. I
No,
skipped it,
no,
but I'm
everybody
not
does
the
it,
only
and I
person.
don't
So
know what
okay.
it is. No, you are not. Everybody does it, and I don't know what it is, but it cracks me up every time.
So, chat, if you like burlesque, check out Graveyard Girls. If you want to see Petunia's art, please go to the Gravestone Girls. Get a little bit of both, like who knew?
Keep it
So,
interesting, right? Exactly. Who knew?
yeah. Okay, so you grew up going to cemeteries all the time
Yep.
and really enjoying and appreciating all of the history,
Yep.
everything back from the colonial times into the more modern graves of your family ancestors and all that stuff. So it's just something that has always been inside of you, something that has just always been a part of your life that you appreciate and honored. And how cool that you found a way after doing all these rubbings for years to preserve these things in a very unique way. So this is your own method that you came up with on how to cast the stones?
Yeah. Yeah. So we do a bunch of different things. I lecture. about the evolution of gravestones and cemeteries, and different topics on gravestones and cemeteries. We lead cemetery walks. I teach gravestone rubbing classes. There's a lot of misconception about gravestone rubbing. It's bad. It's dangerous. It shouldn't be done. You shouldn't touch stones at all. I am of the opinion, and will always continue to be of the opinion, that a properly executed gravestone rubbing, and that's the key, properly executed, is a completely inert process, and it serves to create a document of that stone at a particular point in time. But
Definitely.
you got to know what you're doing. It's not rocket science, but people have this thought process that, oh, it's made out of stone, so it's indestructible. And geology is just like anything else. It's organic, so it expands and contracts, it breathes, and it changes, and it's affected by atmosphere and certainly by people and the things we do to it. So a lot of the reason in the Northeast that people really discourage gravestone rubbing, particularly of our 17th and 18th century gravestones, is because people have gone in there and done some really stupid things. Do not get me wrong. They have done some really dumb things, whether they're just trying to read it, or they're trying to replicate it, or they're trying to clean it. And it's again, it's not rocket science, but you have to know what you're doing before you touch them for any reason, whether it's to clean or replicate them. So
that being said,
teach everybody proper gravestone rubbing technique.
Which I would love for you to explain to us right now how. We will get to your question, Dusty, as soon as we answer this one, but I'm really curious for those of us that do also love graveyards, and we do want to go out there and do proper rubbings and make sure that we are, preserving history. What are the do's and don'ts of graveyard rubbings?
So there's just really 5 basic things. Get permission. Figure out who oversees that space. Most of the time they don't mind, and it goes a long way to show that you have sought the overseers out and introduce yourself and answer any questions that they have, so that they know that you're safe.
Okay.
It is up to whoever oversees the burial ground to determine what they will and won't allow. I get a lot of people saying to me, and I'm only going to speak for Massachusetts. I know the other New England laws as well, but I get a lot of people that say to me, ooh, gravestone rubbing is illegal. In Massachusetts and other places in New England, but in Massachusetts, it's not. There is no sweeping state law that prohibits gravestone rubbing. It is up to the town and the overseers to determine what they will and will not allow, and it's going to be determined based on whether it's a public cemetery or a private cemetery. The private guys will make their own rules, and the municipalities will make their own rules. And some are very open about it and very welcoming, and others are very prohibitive. So you have to know who oversees the burial ground before you start anything and get their permission.
Okay. So that is the respectful method, phase 1, rather than just go in with
don't just show up,
chalk or whatever.
You can, really, you can, because nobody's ever watching these places. There's barely money to mow the lawn. Never mind have somebody at the gate, like a Laurel Hill, have a staff there that oversees and all of that. Particularly the colonial ones don't have any kind of physical overseer presence on the property. So they'll determine what, you could go in and do it, but usually it's the neighbors that are the ones that they sort of dub themselves the watchdogs of the area, and they go, oh yeah, you come in here, you shouldn't come in here, or what are you doing? And they're liable to be the ones to call the cops, and the cops aren't going to arrest you for it, but they're going to boot you out and just go, you're not supposed to be here. So it's just kind of going to wreck your day if you've gone out and you've decided you wanted to do something. So just do the right thing, be respectful, get permission first. We are very strong advocates for putting actually also know how to choose a good candidate is actually rule number 2. Understand which type of stone this stone you want to work on is, and how it's made up. And really, it's either going to be slate, brownstone, marble, or granite. Is that everybody? Did I hit everybody? I think I did.
Sounds pretty right.
Yeah. So some candidates are better than others. Slate is a really sturdy, is a really good candidate. Brownstone and marble, not very good candidates. Granite, excellent candidate. So simple stuff like that, and you have to choose a stone that when you go, ooh, this is the one I want. You have to be able to physically, you look at it and you go, okay, it's not leaning, it's not broken, it's not compromised, it's sturdy in the ground. Um, don't pick things that are broken or otherwise compromised, because there's no reason for it. If it's your ninth great grandmother, you're like, oh my God, I have to have this, and it's somehow compromised, take its picture and be happy with that. Um,
That
so know
makes
your
sense.
geology, know how to pick a good candidate. We are strong advocates for putting a barrier between the stone and your working surface. And all we do is bag it with a trash bag, or you can use, if anybody ever
Oh,
dry cleans anymore, you just use a thin sheet of plastic. So that way, whatever medium you're working with, if you get through that paper for any reason, there's that barrier between you and your working surface and the stone. Excuse me, and it's still going to return a very good gravestone rubbing. Um, that's three. Four is use the right materials. So you can use pretty well. Let's not say pretty much anything, but you can use, typically wax is used, like wax cakes or wax crayons, um, uh, things like crayons, or um, charcoal, chalk, and you're doing it on the paper that's got that plastic behind it. So whatever you use, again, if you get through for any reason, it's not going to get. If you get through the paper, it's not going to get on anything but the plastic behind it. And we actually teach a method that uses artist oil paint and, and nylon applicators. Uh, and I've
cool.
actually had people say to me, "Oh, you use paint? You mean like house paint?" No, dumbass, I don't mean house paint. But people, how could you make that connection? How could you make that leap? House paint, that's a great idea for rubbing gravestones. Brilliant. But people just, again, that I think that really harkens back when people come up with answers like that. I think it harkens back to that idea that they just think stone is indestructible. So we can use anything. We can use anything to clean it. We can use power washers on it. We can use this. We can use that. No, no, you can't. Don't do
It
that.
erodes. It
Please,
erodes just
please
like
don't do that.
anything else.
Yeah, and if you're cleaning, and you use the wrong stuff, almost anything you use is going to be left behind, and you might not be able to see it. And you might think you rinsed it off, but you haven't. You've changed the pH on the face of that stone, and and you, depending on what you use, it's going to keep doing damage after you're gone. So again, cleaning is another really simple thing to do, not rocket science. It's mostly water, 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 and more water. So
Yep. Yep. That's really
so
all you need.
we've
But if
got,
you're using a trash bag, then you don't even need to worry about cleaning because you didn't in any way leave any remnants behind.
yep.
That's
Yeah,
good.
and a lot of times people will think, oh, I have to clean this because there's stuff on the face of it, and I got to get rid of the stuff on the face of it, like lichens and mosses and that stuff. Oh, I've got to get rid of that stuff so that I can, so that then I can do a rubbing. Well, that's a whole nother, cleaning is a whole nother process. Again, if you don't know what you're doing and you really want that particular stone and you don't know how to clean, then just take its picture, and just go visit regularly and be satisfied with that.
Sure.
So we've got, get permission, know how to choose your candidate, put a barrier up, use the right materials, and then the last one is just clean up after yourself. Make sure that you take everything in out that you brought in, so that no one would ever know that you've been there. One of the things, when there are some places we can't work, in doing art collecting, or even rubbing or cleaning, in very public cemetery spaces like Boston and Salem and that kind, because those places are so well traveled that even though the overseers know that we know what we're doing, say I get a family member that's got somebody in the granary in Boston. I got somebody in, oh, I don't know, say Seattle, that has somebody in a graveyard in Boston, and they contact me and say, can you go clean this for me? Can you go make a copy of this, make a replica for me? I can't. Those places, those really well known, and typically they're municipal as well. They're owned and operated by the city. They won't let me do it because monkey see, monkey do. If somebody sees me, they go, oh well, that's cool. I can do that. Um,
That
I
makes
have,
sense. You want to be a good influence on people.
yep, yeah, because people just think, oh well, yeah, I can just walk in and do this stuff. Um, and also particularly in places like Salem and Boston, because there are so many people and they are so historic, they are owned, and those spaces are owned and operated by the city. So the idea is it belongs to everybody. So if they let me, then the theory is they should let everybody else. So, and I'll go into some of the places, like the granary, or King's Chapel in Boston, or even, and now even in Salem, because they've been totally re-landscaped. The Charter Street Burial Ground has been totally re-landscaped. It's got grass, and these places all have pathways, and you're supposed to stay on the path. When I get a family member, a descendant from somewhere in the country that asks me to go out and look for their family stone and even just take pictures to document it, see what it looks like, so that they can have it for their collection, for their genealogical collection, the the overseers will let me get off the path. But as soon as I do, I see other people around the cemetery going, "Oh, she's off the path. Oh, I can do it too." So there's no balance there. There's no way to control that. So there are places that we just can't go do that kind of work. Um,
That
no
makes
matter
sense.
what level of permission we can get, it's just it's not. It just, I don't know. It sets a bad example. The wrong. It sends the wrong message that, oh, everybody can do this. So.
No,
Um,
that definitely makes sense. And that actually brings me to Dusty's question. I feel like that's a good segue into that. He was wondering what your favorite type of cemetery is to visit. So old
oh,
versus new, small
jeez.
versus large. Like, what is your desired cemetery?
I have yet to meet one I don't like.
Good answer.
Even
Top
the
five.
modern ones, even the modern ones. I mean, I love my colonials because that's where all that creepy imagery is that we work with. There's a place, and if you guys ever come back, we will go, and you need to see this. It is one of the oldest cemeteries in New England. It's just outside of Boston in Charlestown. Uh, it's locked. You have to get the key to get in and all this kind of stuff. You have to have somebody open it up for you. And I, Melissa and I went in just recently, um, and it's always so funny. I can tell you I've been in cemeteries all over the world, and yet this amazing historic space, literally an hour's drive away from me, I had never been in. There was so much fabulous stuff. If you had watched Melissa and I go through this place, you would have thought we had never seen a gravestone, a colonial gravestone in our lives. We were like, oh my God, look at that. Oh my God, look at that. Oh Jesus,
Really?
look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. They're super old. There's definitely some of the oldest. There was plenty of late 1600s, last quarter of the 1600s all over the
Wow.
place. And
Wow.
there was what they think is the first, or possibly the very first, um, Boston stone carver making these types of old colonial gravestones and using that kind of imagery. And they don't know who he is. They've never been able to identify him, but they call him the old stone cutter of Boston. And he made the most amazing stuff, super primitive. You've also got the Lamson family of carvers working in there, so you've got a small handful of professional and crazy talented gravestone carvers in this space.
That's
And
so cool.
we saw stuff that we had seen before, but they were wild variations of some of the images that we've seen. But one of my favorites, and I'm going to have to figure out how to get somebody to let me get it. Those little death imps? You've seen them in my collection. So they're little death imps. They're these funny little three-toed guys, and sometimes they have wings and sometimes they don't. And they do stuff. So they're death's helpers. So they will carry the casket, or they will carry the hourglass. They'll carry the pall. So you'll often see them in borders across under the curved part of the gravestone is called the tympanum. You'll often see them across the border underneath the tympanum. And they're the cutest and the funniest, weirdest little creatures. There's two stones in there that it's got the winged skull on it, and then it's got these little imps standing on the head with darts of death going like this.
Wow,
stabbing.
That sounds awesome.
Yes. And I mean, we just kept finding that kind of stuff. Great stuff that stuff we knew, imagery we knew, but just wild variations of that. I had planned to go live from that cemetery on Instagram or Facebook, because we do that a lot so that we can show people what's out in the field when we're there. We were such babbling idiots, we couldn't even form sentences. Like, we just couldn't.
It was that good.
We weren't coherent at all, and there's hundreds of gravestones in this relatively small space, and we were just like, I don't know. And every now and then she'd look at me or I'd look at her, and one of us would be standing there like, oh my God, I can't take it. I gotta go sit down.
I've got to come see this place. That's how I felt in
wild.
Salem,
yeah,
and in Edinburgh, Scotland, in Greyfriars Kirkyard. That I was like almost having a panic attack in this graveyard because of how fucking amazing, and everywhere I turned it was just amazing, and it was blowing my mind so hard that my heart was beating like so fucking hard. I mean, there's 10-foot tall like crazy carvings, and it was just unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. So I understand that feeling that you had of just like
it was like
it's too much to handle.
Yeah, it was so overwhelming. It was so beautiful. It was unlike anything we had seen in that genre. The Kirkyard is on my list to go to, and I know that that's absolutely going to happen.
Gotta go.
That whole physical experience is going to be the same thing, because I get that way just looking at the pictures, knowing what's over there.
Absolutely. So. Oh my goodness, it was unfucking believable, and I actually went twice, and I will go back every single time that I go to Edinburgh. I will absolutely make a journey there, because it was just unlike anything I've ever seen. So I feel like that was my number one cemetery that I've ever been to. And like yourself, I search them out everywhere I travel. I always try to go find as many cemeteries as I possibly can find, and that was like the cream of the crop. But right next to the cream of the crop was the one in Salem, which had the most iconic stones that you've ever seen in your life, but this sounds like leaps and bounds beyond that.
Right. So we have a couple of colonial graveyards in New England that are always fighting about who is the oldest. Salem is one of them. The Charter Street Burial Ground in Salem is one of them. Burial Hill in Plymouth is one of them. There's a spectacular one in Ipswich, just a little north of Boston, that boasts a stone. There's three old stones. The three oldest stones in New England or in Massachusetts, which was pretty much all that was here at that point besides Rhode Island, dating 1648. So Ipswich has one. I think Quincy has one. I can never remember who the third one is. Connecticut, maybe Connecticut. Yeah, 1648. But there's always a little bit of dispute about, is that an actual, was it actually done then? Is it backdated? Because they're very often backdated. But they don't have any art on them at all. early on, until you get to maybe the 1660s and into the 1670s, they're not going to have that kind of crazy art that like our collection is built on. They don't have that. They're just rocks in the ground, if you have anything at all. Might have had wooden markers, might have had rough hewn stones, and maybe you've got a
Sure.
date, maybe you've got some initials. But that whole idea about memorializing and erecting gravestones, and never mind carving art into stone, it's just not part of the vernacular of the people when they first get here for the first 50 years or so. It's just everybody died. They died all the time. You dig a hole, you put them in, you move on. They're very practical. There's no pomp and circumstance and no real religious ceremonies. It's just a fact, and sorry it happened, and off we go. So you don't really
So
start seeing those kind of colonial stones until the last quarter of the 1600s.
gotcha. That was going to be my question. Okay, so the end of the 1600s is when this style became prominent. And when did that style kind of phase out?
Right.
Like this very like distinct style with the winged skulls and the whole shebang. Like how long did that last for?
So the earliest images are things like wing skulls. So wing skulls are soul symbols. They use the idea of the bones, the reclining skeleton, the fully articulated skeletons, the wing skulls, the death heads. Um, that is to show the idea of mortality and morality. And because they're so literal at the time, they're very, very practical, very literal, very religious, very literal in the biblical interpretations. You want to communicate to the living about mortality and morality. So what you did here is what that immortal soul, so that winged skull is symbolic of the immortal soul. And what you did here is what that immortal soul was going to be judged on after you died. And when you died, the bones were what was left. So they use that as this very literal interpretation of death on the stones. And also at the time, to carve something into stone that looked human or angelic would have been considered a graven image and would have been sacrilegious. So you use the literal bones that remain, or the idea of the bones that remain, to show mortality. So that starts. We see them
Interesting.
around here, like I said, 1670s. I see regular death dates, the mid 1670s, and forward, and that really carries on easily. And it's not just. I kept forgetting this part. So you've got hourglasses. You've got symbols of Father Time with the scythe. You've got those little death imps. You've got crossbones. You've got picks and shovels. All of these kind of very easily understood mortality symbols. You want to reach the people that can read and write, but don't stop to take the time to read those written messages on the stone.
Sure.
You want to have that visual cue for the folks that can't read and write as well. It's
Yeah,
meant to be this visual
that
cue for
makes sense.
everybody to check your behavior. In a climate where the slightest transgression might be the difference between heaven and hell.
That
So,
makes so much sense. My personal favorite image from these old style of stones is the winged hourglass,
yep,
which is exactly that. You're like, there's no way to interpret this any differently. Time
correct.
is fleeting, and that image to me means so much that I had never thought about getting a chest tattoo before. It wasn't
Hmm.
necessarily my thing, but after going to Scotland and seeing that repeated so
And
many times,
seeing them there, oh yeah.
it made such an impact on me that I actually want to get tattooed in Scotland, in Edinburgh specifically, and I want to get a winged hourglass on my chest, and I want to have it look like it's carved into stone with like moss and stuff like that. So that
Yep.
is my eventual goal. And I found an incredible tattoo artist out there who I really want to get work from, but he's transitioned and he's pretty much only doing portraits, which his portraits look like
Uh,
actual photographs. It's unbelievable. But I was
wow.
thinking about contacting him eventually and saying, hey, I know that you really only do portraits, but this is something specific to where you live, and it's very important to me as I want it to look like actual
You want it to
stone.
be
And
as
I
authentic.
want it over my heart. And I want to project that out to others as a reminder everywhere that I go. Whenever people see it, it's like, hey, just a reminder, like your time will come as well. Time is flying, so do your
Right.
best with the time that you have, which is what I love about the symbolism on these graves a lot. It's reminders. It's
It is.
reminders that this is your fate, which is why one of the poems that I had found, which I actually found a poster that has this poem on it, and it's like my favorite poster that I own because of this. This is something I want inscribed one day on my tomb, which you probably will be familiar with. This it's remember me as you pass
You
by,
pass
as
by as you are now, so once was I. Sing along, everybody. As I am now, so shall you be. Prepare for death and follow me.
that's the one. I
That's it.
fucking love that because it gives you all the perspective that you need in that little rhyme. Is like here you are standing above these graves and observing it, and you are alive. This person that you are observing their resting place was you at one point. They came to visit their
Exactly.
relatives. Everything is this cycle. So you are here, you are alive. What are you going to do with your time? And that is the most important thing, is to make the best of your time, because it is fleeting, it is fast. Before you know it, you're 6 feet under too. So we all have a choice of what we do every day of our lives, and I feel like that imagery that repeats, it really brings perspective. And nowadays, with all the modern graves where it's just like a slab of granite with somebody's name in it, I feel like it's such a boring disservice to people, because it no longer inspires that kind of introspection in that way. If you're already an introspective person and you're going into a graveyard with that kind of mentality, then sure, it will affect you in that way. But it's very different from the way it used to be, where they were like, it's like a punch in the face. Like, hey, don't fuck
That's
this up,
exactly. That is such a great way to explain that. Yeah, it is. It is a punch in the face. Absolutely. It is. It is this. When you go by these colonial stones, these colonial graveyards, it is this constant puritanical finger wag. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. Don't forget, you're gonna die. And
Totally.
it's so for the living. It's so for the living
It
to remind
is.
them of their mortality. They lived with with their own mortality, and the thought of the specter of death was omnipresent. So they got it. They
Yeah,
knew to
people lived
prepare
an
for it.
average of 40 years. They didn't live very long, and people were dying from, childbirth constantly, and they would just get a cough, and all of a sudden they're fucking dead because they
Yep.
didn't have, penicillin and all that kind of stuff. So
Yep.
death was much more constant and surrounding everybody, which I guess, maybe in some way desensitized people to it, because it was just like,
It's
well,
just a fact.
Joe's dead, or whatever.
Yep.
So,
Just a
but
fact.
I,
They
I
understood that
do,
hourglass could run out at any time. They really
yes.
got that. You had a certain that
Yes.
hourglass is on that tombstone. The idea everyone's born with an hourglass. You had a certain amount of sand. You didn't know how much sand you had,
Nobody
and
knows.
it could run out at any moment. So you were to be prepared, because every time you did an action, there was a reaction for it, and it could be, again, it could be the difference between heading north or
Yes.
heading south. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this subject matter and this topic, depending on who you are and how you've lived your life, can be taken in a lot of different ways. I've had people ask me throughout my life, they're like, why are you so obsessed with death and death imagery and dark, spooky things? Like, a lot of people don't understand, or maybe some people view that in a different way. They just like the spooky stuff, and which is totally fine. But for me personally, it is something very personal to myself and the way that I live my life, which is why I want to put this on my chest for me, and also to share with others, because I don't see it as dark, spooky, morbid. I just want to look like a spooky goth person. Like, that's not what I'm going for. I every day remember how lucky I am to be alive. And I see my mortality every fucking day. And it causes me to live a better life. Because every
And
single day I know that I could drop dead. I could have a fucking aneurysm tomorrow. And if so, if I'm revisiting my life on the way to the tunnel or whatever, how am I going to feel about myself and how I treated others, and
yep.
how What did I do and not do? I try to live without regrets, and it's because
Absolutely.
I am so aware of my mortality. So I don't see it as like sad and depressing. People are like, it just seems so like sad and depressing to just have like death imagery around all the time. And I feel the complete opposite personally, and something tells me you do too, where it's uplifting and it's inspiring and it keeps my focus true. Where I know that this could be my last day. Hopefully it's not, but I live an
Right.
honorable life and I treat people with kindness and respect. And if I drop dead right now, and an Anubis comes to snatch me up and take me to the scales where you have the heart and the feather, my
Yep.
heart is lighter than the feather. And that is my goal of my life, is to make sure that my heart is always lighter than the feather, and these images always remind me and keep me humble and keep me in check. So which is why when I saw your art for the first time, I was like, "Oh my god, this is so perfect and so amazing," because this is not only honoring the history, which I am a huge history buff. I absolutely love history and honoring those who have passed. I'm also a photographer, not a professional photographer, but I am a cemetery photographer. I try to go to as many cemeteries as possible and take as many photos, not just because I really enjoy the imagery, which is true, but also it's to honor these people who are gone and forgotten. They are not visited anymore. That maybe it's someone's great 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 grandmother, and like nobody knew them, so nobody's visiting them, and here I am going to these places and being able to breathe a little bit of life and appreciation. I'll be like, "Oh, Ruthie Ann. Hi, Ruthie Ann.
Call
I'm
their
just
name.
coming to say hi. Like nobody's visited you in a long time, but here I am. I am honoring you. I will take a photo and be able to preserve that." And my goal for years, which I have not done yet, I will, is to put together a photography like coffee table book,
Yep.
called Gone But Not Forgotten. I already have the name, Gone But Not Forgotten, because
Good
that's
job, Gravestone
exactly,
girl.
thanks. That's exactly what I want to portray, is that these people are all gone, but they are not forgotten. And here I am going and honoring their existence with a photo or a rubbing or a cast or whatever that may be. So, that's a really big part of why I love going to these places, is to just kind of give a little shout out to these people. But also, I love the imagery and I love the artwork, and I think it's so fantastic, that people actually cared about art. They had people carving their stones. Like nowadays, it's either laser cut. Most of it is all just laser cut, but they had to hire people to actually have a chisel and a hammer, and they sat there and worked
Yep.
really hard. It was important for them to honor their loved ones with something true. So that's why that means so much to me, and me seeing your art right off the bat, it was so, like, it was perfect and it was inspiring. And I would love someday to go do this with you and learn the process and be a part of it, because I feel like I'm an honorary member of your team. I just live too far away to be able to do it
You're the
often.
West Coast contingent. We have a lot of field reporters.
Yes,
We have a lot of
yes,
field
yes.
representatives. Yeah.
Maybe at
You're
some
not
point you
alone
can come out
either.
here. Come out here and maybe we can make a class or something where I can get some of my friends to sign up for it, and we could pay you for your knowledge and help to fund your trip out here, because I know I would definitely be willing to pay you to teach us the ways, and to be, just to be a part of it, because it really does mean a lot to me
It
personally.
it
So
means a
good
lot.
job.
You're not alone. That's the good news. Um, so when I started making the art, so I've got all these gravestone rubbings, and I've got all these pieces of paper, and I've got my education, and I decided to work on it to make a couple of my favorites. Um, the I did it with one of my best friends. There's three gravestone girls. It's me, Melissa, and it was Maggie and I that were the original ones, just doing this for
Oh.
ourselves and never planning to make anything out of it, make a business or a career or whatever. Um, and the joke really quickly became nothing says Merry Christmas or Happy Birthday like a gravestone. So we started giving them as gifts, and people went, "That's really cool and unusual, like it. And can you make me something to make for somebody?" And so it just goes from there. We started doing little arts and craft shows, like a table at the church fair and that kind of stuff. And every year it grew a little more, a little more, a little more. Melissa eventually, we meet her. I've known Melissa for, oh, I don't know how many years, long time. I'm getting to the point where I don't put a number on years anymore because they're really large numbers. Um,
Yeah, moving along
but
from that one.
I didn't meet Melissa until I was maybe in my 30s or something, late 20s. But I've still known her at this point, I've known her for a long time. So she becomes part of the fold. Um, and if I tell people what I do, my equation is if I tell 10 people what Gravestone Girls do, one person will run screaming from the room. Creepy, awful, morbid. What the hell is wrong with you? The other 9 people are like, "Oh my God, I love the cemetery. Let me tell you about my favorite cemetery. Let me tell you my favorite cemetery story. Let me tell you about my favorite gravestone." And they'll do exactly what you just did. So they're, whatever their attraction is for it, they're passionate about it. They know something. They want to know more. They want to get out and explore, and they can do exactly what the four of us did in Laurel Cemetery that day when we met. Just and this and that, and you've been there, and have you seen this, and what does that mean? Oh my God, that's so cool! And let me tell you this, and the other part of that I think is very interesting. I think one of the reasons why everyone was so over the top freaked out about the pandemic was because we were actually confronted with our mortality on a very real level. We don't, we, when it happened, it spread quickly. Nobody knew a lot about it. There was a lot of misinformation. There was no information. There's no medicine. There's giant mortality slap that we did not know how to deal with because unlike the people of the colonial period and through the 19th century, they didn't have the medicine. They didn't have basic medicine, like you said, penicillin. They didn't have other antibiotics. They didn't understand that you should wash your hands, and that's how germs are spread. They didn't know what germs were. They so when we come really firmly out of the 1800s and into the 1900s, medicine moves at such a fast pace. We understand how we get sick. We understand how disease is transmitted. We get medicines. We get surgeries. I mean, honestly, I used to say as part of my programming when I would talk about the modern section of the cemetery, um, I'd say, "Well, you want a kidney? Don't worry, I can give you one. No big deal. You don't have to die from it." Well, that was just a couple of years ago. Now I say, "You need a kidney? Don't worry, we'll print you one." And it's happening. You're getting face transplants and lung transplants, and we're
Head transplants.
engineering.
They did a fucking head
Yeah,
transplant, for Christ's sake. It's
we're
crazy.
engineering DNA. We understand. We've unlocked our human genome. We are doing genetic engineering to fix things that are broken, uh, and we're doing it on babies before they're born for different diseases that we're trying to eradicate. And that's still early in its infancy of technology, but it's moving really fast. But it's real. So this idea, we cheat death on a very regular basis. We don't have to go to the cemetery. We don't have to die. We don't have to go to funerals. Another thing in the 19th century, after the Civil War, out of the Civil War comes embalming. After the Civil War, as we start moving more, we're firmly an industrialized nation, and you're not dying at home as often. And if you're not dying at home, your family is not taking care of you, preparing you for death, preparing you after death, having people come to the house for the wake and the services, and then go to the cemetery. You don't die at home. The funeral director comes and takes the body, tries to make it look as lifelike as possible, and then you do the viewing, because we can't have we can't handle the idea of decay, and we can't handle the idea of death. So people are like, oh, I can't go to the wake. It's too upsetting. Or I can't take parents don't take their children to the wakes of their grandparents or the funerals of their grandparents because it's too upsetting. Well, it's a fact, folks. So really, we're better off to deal with it as it happens, so that, I don't know, when something like a worldwide pandemic and people start dying, maybe we would be a little more in tune with the idea of mortality, and we wouldn't be so
Yes.
absolutely freaked out about it.
I agree. And Joe actually said in the chat, our culture deals with death in a very dysfunctional way, and I could
Absolutely.
not agree more. It's looked at as so just sad and dark, and you grieve, and then you're done, and then you move forward, which is why personally I love the whole Dia de los Muertos celebration, where every single year
Absolutely.
you honor the people that you've lost. I think that's
Yep.
fantastic, and I don't know why that's not more of a thing. It's like someone's birthday will come up that's passed, and then people get really sad. They're like, it was my mom's birthday, and it's looked at as so sad, instead of having a fucking party and appreciating the life that they had. It's turned very sterile and sad
Hmm.
and dark when I don't feel like it needs to be. I mean, obviously, when you lose somebody that you love, it's very
Right. It's
hard.
hard. Very
I
hard.
will never, like, discredit that it sticks with you, and it stings, and you'll never get that person back. So there is a normal level of sadness that comes from that. But I think transitioning our minds to see it as, like, it's really sad that this person's gone, but look at all the wonderful things they did, and to
Yep.
try to transition our minds to more of an appreciative role and an honoring role, rather than just having it be misery and sadness and depression. Like,
It's
it's
what I
not
find is
healthy.
that it's more. People are calling it more. Yeah, it's not a wake. We're not calling them wakes anymore. It's a visitations. So that's a term. Where we're not having a funeral, we're having a celebration of life. So there is definitely a turning point on that. There's the whole,
Good.
Order of the
I
Good
like
Death
that.
movement, and that. And I've also found that during the pandemic, and I find this so fascinating. So many people. So I would go into the cemeteries in 2020 for whatever reason, to do work, to visit, to take pictures, to do my job. And the place is crawling with the living. Like, what are y'all doing here? They took solace in the cemetery as safe, open, green space to walk, because people were worried about being outside and being too close to each other. Here in the cemetery, walk, you can enjoy the outdoors, you can get fresh air, you can socially distance. And the people, the living were everywhere. And I just find it so interesting that, we have public parks, and maybe even those were too crowded, and people went, oh no, I've got to go to some other open green space. Let's go to the cemetery. I love that you're there. Part of me doesn't love that you're there because you're kind of in my way, but um,
True.
there was a mother one day, or two mothers maybe, and they got strollers, and they got kids on bicycles with training wheels, and part of me is like, that's so great, little Gravestone girls in the making, and the other part of me is like, get out of the way. I don't want to run you over. I need to get around here. Get out of my cemetery. But I just find it so interesting that people basically fled to the cemetery during a pandemic when they
Yeah.
aren't busy confronting death, but that is where they went for. I'm sure there's plenty of people that went for contemplative, so, uh, but that, yeah, this was the open green space that many people chose to go to.
That's
And
very
I love the
interesting.
irony of
I
that.
hope that somehow, even if they didn't go initially for introspective purposes, I hope that it had some
Right.
kind of, reflection that did come out of that for people where they're like, oh
Yep.
shit, okay, look at all these dead people. Maybe I should wear a fucking mask or whatever, like, I'm hoping that something good came out of it. But even just in
Maybe
general,
it
like,
inspires them to go back too. After when this is all past and this is just nothing but a memory, they
yes,
will remember this is where I went, and hey, I liked it. And most of them do. Most of them
yeah,
really do.
finding that beauty in something that maybe they would not have thought about as something enjoyable in the past. They might think of, oh,
Right,
park
right,
equals
exactly.
enjoyable, cemetery
Yep,
equals sad and depressing. But now they're like,
right.
okay, where's there going to be less people? Let's go to the cemetery. And maybe they're like, wow, this is actually really cool. I just said hi to Ruthie Ann, like,
Nope.
never really thought about it like that before. Some of us, we've thought about this our whole lives. It's something that's just part of us. But for these other folks, I hope that there was some kind of revelation or whatever that came to them and for their children as well. Because
Right.
people don't want to talk about death to kids because it's like scary or sad or whatever. People choose to avoid these kind of topics. So for those that did bring the kids with the tricycles and everything, I even though they're in the damn way, I do hope
I hope
that,
they learned something.
I hope they learned and maybe
Yep.
they're like, what are all these headstones for? Like, oh, these are people who have passed on, and maybe that helps inspire some of these kids to think about life a little bit differently and to understand we are not invincible and the permanence
We're
that we're
not.
taught. Like, I
We
know,
are not going to live
mind
forever.
blowing, like we're not invincible, and maybe it causes some people to maybe be more careful too, where they're like, oh shit, look at all
Maybe
these
make
dead
them better
people.
people. Yeah.
Maybe so. Maybe I really hope so. I hope that it's inspired people to do better in their life and to maybe see the world in a little bit of a different light. So
Yep.
hey, if that at least one thing came out of the pandemic that was good, that's
That
awesome.
could
If
be
it gave
it.
people more perspective.
That could
Chid
be
has
it.
a comment in here. Let's read what he has to say. We are all dealt different hands in life, and some really suck. But appreciating the time we get to spend with various people, no matter how short, is where I hope we can eventually get to more easily. I think Roxy should write a song about it, which she did, called Time. That's
Wow.
beautiful. Yeah, my friend Gunshow Roxy in here. Their new album has a song called Time, and it's absolutely beautiful about honoring the time that you have with people and recognizing how your time is short. And there's also a Pink Floyd song called Time, which also touches on the same
Called
type of
absolutely.
you know, uh, the same subject matter. And I think it's really lovely and fantastic that people are using their creative outlets to give those kind of reminders to everybody that now is all we got. And one day you're going to be worm food too. Or I guess
Right.
you won't be worm food anymore because they put you in a fucking concrete hole, hermetically sealed bullshit, which that's a whole other topic that I could go on a tangent about, which I don't agree with at this point. But we all get returned to the earth one way or another somehow. But we're here. We're here and honoring these people. I feel that our loved ones and just random people as well is so important because we all make an impact on our friends and family. I know that if I died right now, I would have a pretty packed house for my funeral, which I'm so grateful to say that, to know that I have so many people that I love and love me back that I would have a pretty
Yep.
big response. But flash forward 150 years from now, who the fuck is going to know me? Nobody will know me anymore. They might have one of my paintings might still be left around where someone's like, "Oh, Sammy,
Right.
don't know who that is." Whatever, I will cease to matter. But we give meaning to these people that are gone by appreciating cemeteries and appreciating the art and just the fact that each headstone is a human being. And that's why I think what you do is not only really cool aesthetically, which it absolutely is like the coolest aesthetics that
We do
probably
love
I've
the
ever
aesthetics.
seen. It's great. It's fucking fantastic. But beyond that, you are honoring each and every individual. And I just want to say how much I appreciate that. I really, truly appreciate that's where your focus is like, is appreciation and preservation. So you did a good job. You're doing a
We
great job.
Thanks, Mom. We have when I started doing this, like you said, I didn't plan to make it into anything. And every year it grows a little more, and I haven't found a ceiling yet. I thought we'd reach a point where, yeah, this is the group that's interested. These are our people, and yeah, we've grown to this big, and we only work in these genres, and we only work in these physical places. We only speak to these types of people, or whatever the case may be. All bets off. And again, so here's another good thing that came out of the pandemic. Um, Early on, when everything started slamming shut in March, that's actually the start of my season. So the places that buy wholesale from us, they're placing their orders because they want them for the spring. The spring markets are coming up. Um, the programming and the walks are being are and just every day I'm opening the email, cancel, 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 cancel. And I'm like, I'm fucked. Where there goes all my money. There goes my stream of income. I'm a gig worker, and I'm gonna have to. Oh, I had this panic attack. I'm like, I'm gonna have to go get a big girl job. I can't do that anymore. I don't know how to do that anymore. I am not qualified. Although I am a corporate dropout, I am not qualified for that, nor do I want to return to
Yeah,
that.
for sure.
And things just started, everybody just flipped on a dime, and stuff started going virtual. So prior to the pandemic, I had been trying to sort out the technology through webinars on how to be able to do this, to do exactly what we're doing now, to be able to give a program to somebody in Los Angeles while I'm here in Massachusetts. And at the time, the technology just wasn't there. You had to have people that the technology was there, but you had to have somebody on the other end that knew how to use it too. And
Sure.
it was a much more specialized. It was cumbersome at the very least. And all of a sudden, all this stuff turns virtual, and all of a sudden, everybody learns how to Zoom, and everybody learns platforms, and people show up. And they showed up for programming. They showed up for markets.
That's
I mean, I know
awesome.
you all, everybody was shopping online, and everybody was shopping these virtual art markets because they couldn't get out. And they, early on, we also thought that everybody was going to be poor. Like, oh my God, everybody's going to lose their jobs, and they're not going to be able to do this or do that. No, nobody's going to have any money. Well, turns out a lot of people did because they could work from home. So they actually
Hmm.
saved money because they're not spending the money to commute. You're not buying a coffee every day. You're not buying your lunch every day. Um, and you're just not, you can't go out and spend that discretionary income. So they just all sat and they shopped like crazy. And they still are. It's amazing.
I
I've
am
done some
so glad that you were
massive
able
days.
to expand your horizons like that.
Amazing.
Like I was saying before with Twitch, some of these musician friends that I have, they got the rug
Right?
put out from underneath them immediately, and they went to streaming, and now they have fans in, Australia and
Right.
Belgium and South Korea and whatever, and they released an album, and now they have album sales all over the world, when before it would have been a little bit more
Right.
localized to their
It's
local people. But how awesome, something to come out of the pandemic is that it opened up more
right.
horizons. So I'm glad that that
Yeah.
kind of kicked you in the butt a little bit too, where you were like, before you're like, I don't know how to do this, and you're like, well, now I have to do it. And like you
Yep.
said, some people had more expendable money, some did not, and I feel
Yep.
absolutely terrible
True.
for those people that were extremely struggling. But you're
Yep.
right, for those people that were getting unemployment and their partner is working from home or whatever, you're not going
Right.
out to dinner and spending as much money, you're not going on vacations and spending the money, you're not
Right.
spending as much on gas and fixing your car and all that shit. So a lot of people do and did have extra money that they wanted to support local
Yeah,
musicians
that
and
that was
local
definitely a
artists.
huge part. They wanted to support the,
It's
yeah,
a great
absolutely. They
cause. I mean,
wanted to
I see on
support.
Twitch some of these people throw down so much money in Twitch that it is so like amazing, and it restores my faith in humanity a little bit when I see some of these people like in Roxy and Chris's stream throwing hundreds of dollars. Some of these people, they come in almost every stream and they're just like sharing so much, and it's so amazing and so endearing that these people recognize that their money is going to the best cause possible. It is helping people that are
Right.
hardworking who can't continue in the way that they could before. So people are really being very generous.
They
I'm
are,
seeing
absolutely.
that. I love that.
Absolutely.
That's a really nice thing to come out of it. And not everybody can afford to be generous, and I understand that as well. Some people fell on really really hard times, and that really sucks for them. But for the rest of the people who do have excess, it's good to see them supporting people. And I'm glad that you were able to change your marketing style, and that you have been selling stuff all over now. So has your business just like gotten that much busier since you've been online?
Yeah, I used to, I do, under regular circumstances, I do a lot of markets, pretty much, I don't even know how many, 50 a year, 40 a year, something, a lot. And, and you don't get a lot, up until then, I wouldn't get a lot of traffic through the website, not a lot of sales. Um, so you're limited by where you can go to geographically. So we we picked up a lot of new followers on social media, different social media platforms, um, and people in other places are able to shop or even just see what we do, and or sit in on Zoom presentations that I'm doing about art and symbolism and cemetery evolution. I spent a lot of time trying to get out in the field, going live from places, from different cemeteries, because people couldn't get out, or just show them, you live in Australia, and I'm going to show you this colonial graveyard in Boston. And it 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 was hyper organic in the way it just got goods and services and in front of people all over the place. One of my favorite things about doing any of these kind of online conversations is you throw it out to people and go, tell me where you're from, put in the chat and tell me where you're from. And the results you get back is just like, I got somebody in Iceland, I got somebody in California, I've got somebody down the street, I've got 5 people in Canada, I've got this person in New Zealand, I've got this person in Peru. It's mind
That's
blowing.
so
It's
awesome.
awesome.
I
It
love
is.
that.
It's
The whole
uh
world came together and is
it
appreciating what you're
yeah,
doing.
yep. Yeah, and part of what I've always loved about what we do is we'll tell you everything that we see and do, but we want to see where you live, and what do your graveyards look like? What do your stones look like? What's your geology like? What kind of symbolism do you use? Tell me everything. And it reminds me, and I had told the guy I was going to post a story about him, and I never got around to it because it's just always so much content. But there was a guy from, I want to say, South Africa, that was following us, and I think through Instagram he started sending me pictures that there's an abandoned cemetery, and it's not even terribly old. It's just unkempt, and he uses his own money to buy gasoline for his lawnmower, and he goes in and he cleans that place up. And he sent me pictures of the work that and he doesn't have a lot of
That's
money, and he's like, and
amazing.
he blogs about it. And I was reading the blog. He said, I was out on this day, and I only had this much money to spend for gas, so I could only do this amount of lawn, and and get this cleaned up. And I have to tell other people those stories. I want other people, I want to hear what they're doing out in their spaces. I want to see their gravestones. I want to see their landscapes. I want to hear about your cleanup projects. I want to hear about your funeral practices and your memorialization practices. I want to know what everybody in the world is doing when it comes to this stuff, because it's a lot of it's the same, or it has the same baseline, and then so much of the detail is different. Now, tell me everything. Tell me everything that's going on out in those spaces.
That's so cool. And so it's opened up a whole new world for you as well, learning about what
Yeah.
other people are doing in the communities. That's
Yep.
so fantastic. I am so
Because
glad.
before you didn't, you you really only got to see, be exposed to by seeking out through travel, to go to Edinburgh and go see the Greyfriars, or go wherever. It doesn't even matter. It can be local. There's an association for gravestone studies. They're been around for an organization's been around for about pretty close to 50 years now, and it's made up of members that like cemeteries for whatever reasons. Um, they might be gravestone carvers, they might be artists, they might be archivists, they might be genealogists, they might be literature teachers, they might be anybody. Um, and one of the really great things about the organization is every year there is a gravestone conference, a cemetery, a
Cool.
gravestone,
I want
and
to go to that.
it moves around every year, and because of the cost and logistics of international, it's always domestic, and that's fine. And I'll go. I will. I love to travel. I know you guys do too, and I'll go anywhere. Um, and when the Gravestone Conference moves every year, we might be. I mean, we've been in Alabama. We've been in Tuscaloosa, Alabama 1 year. We were in Salem, Oregon 1 year. We do plenty of stuff up here in the Northeast. We've been in North Carolina. We were supposed to be in Texas. We were supposed to be in Austin twice now. They canceled in 2020, and they canceled again this year. And one of the really great
Oh, that's
things
too
is
bad.
they really learned how to go virtual, and they killed it this year. They had a little mini conference last year because it was only June. The conference happens in June, and they were only, it was still, the pandemic was still kind of new. So this can't last. How long could this possibly last? Well, we'll just do a little mini conference, and then we'll be back next year. Yeah, well, clearly we know what happened. And they really planned for a full blown conference this year. They did it over 8 days, and they would do little snippets of time. So 2 to 3 hour, maybe 2 to 3 hour blocks at different times every day over the course of 8 days, so that
Cool.
everybody around the world, depending on what time zone you were in, had an opportunity to participate in hours that actually work for you, instead of just doing New England time, or this one was
Sure.
actually run by the woman in Austin, um, and it was, so not only did they have almost twice as many attendees as we do at a physical event, had we had some amazing speakers. We had a woman speaking about Soviet era gravestones and cemeteries and practices. There was a woman in Colombia. I don't know. We had international speakers that we never had those people before, because of the time and travel, time and expense of travel to get to us in a physical location. They did cemetery tours. They did, pre-recorded cemetery tours in a bunch of different places. So we still got to see stuff and still got to go out and explore. I just did it from my workshop or sitting on the couch or whatever.
That's
And
really, really cool.
they really, really killed it this year. They did, for a group that has been a bit archaic in the past, and I say that with all the love in the world, but again, the pandemic kicked them in the butt and said, if you're going to make this happen, now is the time to do it. And they really got on the technology. The folks that organized it just
Oh,
killed
that's
it.
so awesome. I hope they do it like that next year too, because I would love to participate
They
in that.
will.
That'd be
They have
fantastic.
understood that there is no going back. They totally understand that they're to be extra successful or to continue the success of this year, to build on that. They completely understand that there will need to be a virtual part of the conference. So we've been joking about, who's going to wear the GoPro as they go around on the cemetery tour so that everybody can participate and see everything.
Yeah, that's
But
so cool.
they will do it. They will definitely
I
do it, and
love this. It's so awesome.
they'll be able to have, it, when we are. It always happens in a college campus, and there's activities during the day, whether it's workshops or programming or tours, and then and after there's it's sort of more the scholarly papers are presented, so you have two or three or four on some sort of scholarly aspect of gravestone studies. So instead of just having the people in the room be the speakers, they're going to be able to have those presenters from other places, whether they're live and being piped in or pre-recorded, like a lot of these were, so that everybody can participate, not just in this little tiny sphere, but really truly globally, like they should be. And because the interest is there and everybody's got such great stuff to share, it's there. You will be able to participate next year. I don't know where it's physically going to be. There is conversation that it will be back here in the Northeast. But wherever it is, there will be a virtual part of it where people will absolutely be able to participate remotely.
What is the name of the conference again?
It's the group is the Association for Gravestone Studies. So
Okay.
the website is gravestonstudies.org. They there's a free e-newsletter you can sign up for. You don't have to be a member. Um, if you are a member, there's a quarterly printed publication, and then there's an annual bound publication. That one's can be pretty cerebral and honestly sometimes really dry, but also often very good. Um,
That's
and
awesome.
all the
I
content
love that
is
you
from
just
the
shared
members.
this. This is so cool because I think everybody in the chat right now is really interested
Cool.
in this as
It's
well.
a great
Um,
group. I've met some
I
really
will definitely
fabulous
check it out.
people. I've met some really fabulous people. And when you go to the conference, it's the only time that that whole group of friends, of newfound friends, and now we've known each other for many years, but those people are will able to get together. And also, um, when I travel, I tell my gravestone friends in Chicago or Atlanta or wherever, hey, I'm coming, hang out. And I've got friends there. Sometimes I can crash with them. We'll meet up for dinner. We'll meet up in the cemeteries. Yeah, they're. I've met some of the greatest people through that group,
That is
and
so
some
awesome.
super interesting people in terms of the things that they study when it comes
Um,
to gravestones and
can one
cemeteries.
of my fantastic
Fabulous
mods
stuff.
put up a link to that? I would love it if you would put a link in the chat to this association. That would be awesome. Something else I wanted to ask about too, which you kind of um, grazed a little bit, and this is something I heard about years ago. Tell me if you have any more information on this because I have not looked into it as much as I should have. But a few years ago,
Okay.
I heard specifically about a group called the Graveyard Rabbits. Are you
Oh
familiar with
yeah,
the Graveyard Rabbits?
I
Okay, so from
am
what I
not as much as I should be,
understand,
but
yeah, from what I understood about it is it's a group, a volunteer group where they go to different cemeteries and work on archiving the graves. So a lot of places have already been archived. So, for the find a grave and whatever they know who is
mhm.
buried where. But apparently with this group, you can look up areas that have not been fully archived and you can actually help with the scientific process of going through and archiving everybody's grave. So am I right on that?
I think so. I honestly don't know as much about them as I should. I think that part of what they do um, is more than just documenting particular grave sites or cemeteries. I think they do a bit deeper dive about the location, maybe even about the people in the stones. I could be wrong about that. But I think you're pretty much right about the idea that they're kind of like a find a grave. Um, they're, but I do think that they contribute more content. They collect more content
Okay.
than
Yeah, because when
than a
what I kind
find a
of read,
grave or
read
just
up,
take pictures and
yeah, I think it was just like, from what I understood, it was just making sure that every graveyard is documented about all of the people that you can actually read, the names of the people and the death dates, which I would love to be a part of that. And you know what? I feel like I kind of dropped the ball on this one. I will admit that I failed this past quarantine because that would have been the perfect time, like we were saying, people going out to cemeteries because there's not as many people around. I should have signed up with the Graveyard Rabbits or some kind of equivalent and donated my time to
it's
helping
not too
archive
late.
this
It's
stuff.
not too late. And
I know,
honestly,
but I
yeah,
had
you know
so
what?
much time. I wasted so much time.
If anybody had told me how busy I would be in a pandemic, I would never have believed it. And Melissa and I had been joking at the beginning, everybody's doing projects, right? You're cleaning out stuff, you're remodeling, reading, you're catching up on your movies, whatever. And and we joked and I was like, if I don't get it all done when I do, during a time of a quarantine when you can't go anywhere and you can't do anything, if I can't get caught up during quarantine, I have failed. I just, if I
I
can't get it
felt the
all done when
same
I have
way.
all the time in the world,
I
I
know.
know.
So I
And,
did some projects because of that, where I was like, okay, I have no excuse. I have to
right,
like
right.
organize my room and go through and throw away clothes that I still have from the fucking 90s. Like I've got to do it, and I did. I did it. I did a lot of different projects, and it was awesome. But I do recognize that there's some other things now looking back that I wish I did, and being part of the archiving process at that time, that's something that I really should have done. Because when I first heard about it, the only reason that I didn't participate is because I was like, "Fuck, I want to do it, but I'm just so busy. I don't have enough time to
Right. I'm
invest."
so busy.
And
Right.
then I had
And
the time, but I
then
didn't
it was
think about it. Ugh. Ugh.
I did some remodeling on the second floor. I also ripped apart a room that to this day is still ripped apart, like physically. There's holes in the walls while we're repairing things and electrical, doing the electrical work and everything. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get to this. I haven't been in there in, oh God. The more every time I think, oh, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. No, wait, yeah,
Yeah.
not good, not
That's okay.
good.
We all
Uh,
did some stuff. At least we started projects that we know you're going to have to finish because you have holes in your wall. Eventually,
yeah.
you will get to it.
It would be a good
But
idea if I did. It would be a good idea if
it
I did.
would.
I did a quick lookup of graveyard rabbits. Um, I, you're right about what they do. Um, and actually, it doesn't look like there's that much going on, which is a little
Really?
interesting. Yeah.
Well, if there's any other groups that you can think of
Yeah, I'm
that
seeing stuff there from like
people,
2014, so
yeah, that was like around the time when
I
I
don't
found
think
out about
I
it.
don't think
Huh.
much is.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Yeah.
like.
Well,
So in that kind of documentation, um, There's certainly Find a Grave, which aims to document every gravestone in the country. Um, there's also Billion Graves, which aims to document every gravestone in the world. Um,
Wow.
but certainly
Awesome.
on a local level, um, look for your see if there's a cemetery group. See if the Association for Gravestone Studies has has a chapter. I don't know if there's a Northwest chapter. I bet there is because we got a lot of active folks in Portland in the Oregon area. But see if the Association for Gravestone Studies has a chapter in your particular area. We've got I think there's close to 20 of them around the country. But also look at your historical societies, your genealogy groups. This kind of documentation stuff, whether we're talking about the rabbits, Find a Grave, Billion Graves, they're all grassroots. They're all volunteer, and somebody just came up with the idea this needs to be done, and people just organically grow it from there with their own
I
time and
love it.
contributions.
So that way,
Um,
anybody listening in chat, if you're interested in being a part of this in any way, if you want to donate any of your time, look up local stuff in your area, as far
yep,
as like archiving and also cleaning up the graveyards. I know that
yep,
somebody was mentioning in the chat earlier, which I have recently seen as well, as people going out and cleaning the gravestones. And there's been some really cool videos of people before and then showing the process and then after. Um, I personally love that they show weathered time on them, but it does degrade them faster. So I understand, cleaning them up is really important. So,
yep,
if anybody out there is interested in taking a little bit of time and helping preserve this stuff, I'm sure anybody would appreciate any extra hands, any
yeah,
level of interest. So, yeah, just look up
exactly.
some of the stuff in your local area. It's
Yeah,
super, super cool.
there's you'll be surprised. It might take because they're so grassroots. It might take a little bit to find them. But ask your DPW, ask your historical society, ask your librarian. Do we have any of these kind of Do we have any of these kind of groups around? Um, I am not as familiar out in your area as I am in other parts of the country, but in Rhode Island, there's a group, Rhode Island Historic Cemeteries, and they're totally grassroots, and their goal has been to document every gravestone and cemetery in Rhode Island, and they've built a database that I don't know what the current count is, but the last count I knew was 12,000 cemeteries and 400,000 gravestones in Rhode Island. Um,
Wow. Wow. So
Mount
cool.
Mount Moriah in Philadelphia is a huge success story of what volunteers can do. Mount Moriah is in South Philly. It's 300 acres of 19th century and modern cemetery that was
Wow.
abandoned in the 80s. It was privately owned. It was
Oh my
abandoned,
goodness.
and it just returned to the earth. So overgrown, you didn't know that there was even a cemetery there. There would literally be 40-foot obelisks sticking out from the tops of trees, and
Wow. There's a
there it
small one
was.
around here like that as well, which was maybe you've heard of it. It is called fuck. Somebody will
That's a
look this
great
up.
name for a
Sorry,
cemetery.
yeah, fuck. It's called fuck. I bet Dusty will look this up any moment. It's not too far from where I live. It's probably within an hour and a half or something like that of where I live, and it was a smaller historic cemetery. And in the 80s into the 90s, there was a bunch of kids that would go and hang out and party over there because there was a underground tomb that they called the Seven Steps to Hell, I believe, or the Nine Steps to Hell.
Always,
And apparently, if
always.
you go down there, you were possessed or some crazy shit happened. But a bunch of kids would go party and they would do like some crazy, there was, satanic panic shit was going down. So people were doing some crazy stuff. And I guess after time, they decided to just stop caring for the area, to just kind of let it get overgrown. And I went out there um, to try to find it because I was looking at, like, old historic graveyards in the
Yep.
area, and we're trying to find it, couldn't find it. We went to a local bar, which is a very, very small town. Go to this local bar, and we're like asking around, like, hey, we heard about the cemetery, we want to check it out. And the locals were like, yeah, you can't get to it anymore. It was on this guy's private property, and after all the shenanigans and disrespect was happening, he basically let it get overgrown. And we have like epic proportions of blackberry bushes out here. If you leave them alone, in a couple years, it's like a freaking
Right.
forest. So they were
Yep.
like, you can't get to it anymore. Like, the blackberries have taken it over so much that,
Right.
it's just not possible. And it made me really sad because, of course, I understand you don't want a bunch of kids coming out there fucking around 7 steps to hell, making a whole big hoopla about it,
Always.
and
Let's go
being
find some
disrespectful.
skulls. Yeah.
Yeah, like, come on, man, be respectful. So I get that, but it did make me really sad that all these people are now underneath these blackberry bushes for forevermore, just lost. Maltby, yes, Dusty said it was Maltby Cemetery, and it's near Bothell, Washington. So it sucks. It's still on the internet as far as like cool historic cemeteries to visit, but you can't
Yep.
quite visit there anymore. So that's too bad. And that's private property, so the guy's made his choice, and that's his choice to do with what he wants. But as far as some other places, like, it is really sad to just watch them get so overgrown and just disappear. There's a little teeny tiny one that's probably, I would imagine, no more than maybe 1,500 square feet. It's Ravensdale, Washington, about maybe an hour away from me or so, and it's actually tucked away in a neighborhood. Me and Dusty went out there a few years ago, and there was a I think a factory disaster. I want to say it was in the 30s or something like that, and a reasonable amount of people died in this disaster. I think it was like 50 or 60 men working in the factory died, and they just made this little cemetery for them, and it's just in this neighborhood, and it was so overgrown. It was so messed up. I felt so sad because it had just been let go. There was one of the tops. There was a in I guess above ground tomb that was made of concrete or rock of some persuasion, and there was a top that had a giant cross on it, and it had been slid and pushed and was falling into the grave. And
Yep.
of course we peeked in there to see if we could see anybody in there. Couldn't see anybody, but it just made me really sad that like people had vandalized it. So afterwards we read this little sign. Come to find out, it is a horrid story. It happened on 2 or 3 different occasions. This tiny cemetery had been vandalized. I want to say it was in the 50s or 60s is when the first one happened, and a bunch of hooligans came in and actually removed a lot of the headstones, and somehow were able to transport them and strew them about the town. So they had found headstones randomly throughout the town. So when you're in this place, there's a lot of overbrush and all that stuff, but there's not as many stones as you would expect to see. So a lot of them
Yeah.
are unmarked, but it's the smallest, tiniest place. And I was so inspired when I went there. And now that I'm talking about it, now it's on my radar again. But I really thought, you know what? I want to get a crew together, and I want to go back, and I want to help cut some of this brush, and I want to try to fix it up at least just a little bit, because if nobody is doing that, nobody is even taking a little bit of time and effort,
Probably
even a
don't even
couple
know
hours,
it's there because it's so overgrown.
they might not know
You
it. And
you
it's down this
know
like
it's
little
there
path.
because you've been before. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
So I
and
do want
that's
to go
how
back and check it
that
out.
stuff gets saved. There's
People like us
the
that care, we care.
the power of volunteers is monumental. No pun intended. Um, I mean, I
That was
know.
good.
Yeah. Sometimes when I do that, I'm like, is that right? Oh no, should I be making those kind of puns? Because I don't really mean to.
No, do
Um,
it. Pun it up. We love
the
puns around here.
I mean, I know people that have gotten involved. Just I drive by this place. I drive by this particular guy I know drives by this place all the time. he knows there's a cemetery thing. He finds out there's a cemetery in there underneath all of that overgrowth, and he decides to go in and clean it up. We get so inspired by the work that he's done. He ditches whatever his day job was and becomes a full-time conservator.
That's amazing. I love that amount
There
of
are
dedication to the cause.
there are groups of people, the volunteer groups that will they hold cleanups, and they they'll teach you on a Saturday morning. They'll teach you how to clean gravestones, how to reset gravestones. Again, it's not rocket science. There's a right way to do it. It's not terribly difficult, but there is a specific, correct way to do it. And volunteers train volunteers so that those new people can go work in another space. They may travel to this group to learn stuff so that they can take these skills back and apply them in their town. There's very little money to barely mow the lawn in so many of these places, large and small, public and private, that the volunteers are responsible for the majority of the good work that is done out there. I don't know what the number, so using Mount Moriah in Philly as an example, abandoned in the 80s, private. They spent all the money and then they walked away and left to overgrow 300 acres. So it becomes very dangerous. It becomes a dumping ground. It's full of wild dogs and drug deals and bad stuff going on. And a small group of concerned citizens are like, this will not do. And they've been at it now probably 15 years, and they've cleaned up. At this point, they've probably cleaned up and maintained about 50% of it. They actually took over ownership. They got the cemetery out of receivership from the city. They actually own it. They are a nonprofit. There's you may have seen that we participate in the Darksome virtual market. If you watch any of our stuff, one of the markets we do is called Darksome, and it's run by this awesome woman in Philadelphia, and she did it before the pandemic, and now she's able to do it. The live events are back. She does a dark market in Mount Moriah the same way as that Market of the Macabre that you went to
so
in
cool.
Laurel Hill.
To try to raise money to
And part of the money gets raised goes to the cemetery. And these volunteers are not fucking around. They aren't just like, let's get the Boy Scouts in here with some rakes and some clippers. They've got heavy machinery coming in and bucket trucks for taking down the really tall trees, and they get
That's awesome.
they get, like large tree companies or large monument companies or other corporate sponsors to either put up the money or put up the time and equipment to clean the place up. So they are an army, and they really are a great example of so many of those kinds of groups that show what can be done from a volunteer point of view. I mean, that cemetery dates to the 19th century. Yep. And
so awesome. Just a little bit of time and just the dedication. And it's not something that, like you said, that one guy who gave up his day job and put all of his effort into it. Like, not everybody has to do that. Even if it's one day a month or one day every 3 months or whatever, that you can invest a little bit of time, it's better than nothing. It makes a dent. It makes a difference.
It makes a difference. It absolutely makes a difference.
That's so awesome. Okay, so real quick, going back to your art and your process, I would love, and I think everybody else also would love to hear how you make these casts of these stones. How do you do it? How did you figure it out? What kind of stuff did you try that didn't work and then you landed on the perfect thing? Tell us how you do it.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
Yes and no. I can certainly explain how it's done. I'm not going to talk about materials because it's
Sure. Fair enough.
proprietary as
Oh,
well as it's
absolutely.
that idea about stepping off the path. If one person does it, everybody else does.
Of
I
course, I a
do,
million percent understand.
I do explain to people that I am a professional. I have an art history and restoration background. So what I did was look to the restoration trade to find materials for outside architectural work, for mold making and restoration. So what I do with the materials, I've got a number of different ones that are meant for exterior stone. Some of them have a dough-like or a putty-like consistency that you roll eyes. Others are materials that I can work on much larger scales, like do a whole stone that's 2 feet, 2.5 feet by 3 feet or whatever. So there's a couple of different ways to collect. I do get permission. I work to get permission from whoever oversees the burial ground. I do not go back to the actual descendants. That would be almost impossible in most of the cases because I am working with stuff that's 200 and 300 years old.
Sure.
So hunting down the individual family members, that would be almost impossible. Um, but once I'm able to go in and collect, I actually lay my material directly on the face of the stone. So this kind of gets back to that geology conversation we had about rubbing. Um, there are only certain types of geology that really lend themselves to both rubbing and casting, and slate
Okay.
is one of them. So slate is sediment that builds up in the riverbeds. Um, it's shale, it's compressed shale. So those layers build up, they get squozed together under the pressure of the earth, and they make the resulting is slate. And slate is a very weather resistant material in terms of erosion and atmospheric pollutants, but still soft enough to be able to cut with mallet and chisel. So that's why so many of our colonial New England gravestones look so great because they are slate. Um,
That's good to know. That's super cool.
so if you took Massachusetts and you basically cut it in half from central Massachusetts basically out to the sea, is there's a lot of slate pits, and there were at the time. There still are. Um, so that was the local material. It was readily available. If you take Massachusetts and go from the center out to the west, to the border of New York and down into Connecticut, the local building material would be brownstones. So red and brown sandstones out of the.
Oh, we froze you. Oh no, you're frozen. You're frozen, and your face looks pretty funny right now, I have to say. Shoot. Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties. Give us just a second. We're gonna see what we can can do about this. We're gonna redial her. Sorry, everybody. We're gonna stand by for a moment.
It got too intense for the internet.
Oh, there you are. Yay, you're back. Awesome. Woo, woo, woo. Cool. Okay. No
So
harm, no
slate
foul.
gravestones. Yep, there. Happens all the time. Um,
They do
so
have a
we
very
have.
iconic look to them too. Like seeing
Yep.
in New England, a lot of the gravestones, like it's a very iconic. This kind of like these.
I know. I saw that
old
around
timey
your
little
neck.
shape. Isn't that awesome? I got it in Salem. I got it
Of course.
at a
Oh,
shop
I
in
know
Salem.
exactly. I know exactly who
I
made
love
that.
it.
Yeah, she actually carves all of those herself. I can't draw a straight line. I work with what's already out there. Um, my and all I can think of is I've got all this stuff downstairs. Why didn't I bring any of this shit upstairs? Um, so some materials are just better than others in terms of making rubbings and making castings.
Oh shit, we're freezing you up again. Crap. Ugh, I'm so sorry, everybody.
In the
Yeah.
Northeast.
Oh, you're back. Okay, we
Here I
lost you
am.
for a second, but you're
Okay.
back. Okay. We're making a joke that you banned yourself. You got banned. But okay. All right, you're back. You're back. Woo woo woo. Okay. Cool. Carry on.
Because we've got all of these colonial slate gravestones and they're very durable, so they look good after all this time. They've got all that great art on them. They're very close by me. I don't have to travel far before I run into it. You've got them up in New Hampshire and Maine. You've got them out in Rhode Island. We've got a plethora of them here in Massachusetts. So I can work with the slates because my processes actually touch the physical face of the stone. I do not work on brownstones, on those red and brown sandstones, because they may look nice and thick and healthy, but sandstone is very loose grain. So by putting material on the face, I'm even removing the smallest amount of grains is unacceptable. Um, as, as well as they decay from the inside out. So they may look good on the outside, but they may be completely crystallized on the inside and be very fragile, so that any amount of pressure, you break through the face of it. I am not going to be the one that does that.
Yes. Good job being mindful.
I am working on a no-touch process that will allow me to collect off of the brownstones, because again, we'll find those in the Connecticut River Valley area, so Western Mass and down into Connecticut. And carvers worked in different pockets. They influenced each other. So stylistically, we have winged skulls out in Western Mass and in Connecticut, because we have gravestones from the 16 and 1700s there, but they look different stylistically because of the carvers working in that area. So they've got a lot of great stuff that needs to be in my collection. And marbles, I don't have much from the faces of the 19th century marbles, because they are
Petunia, come back. Come back, Petunia. Shoot. Frickin' Wi-Fi. Hold on, everybody, hang tight. We're gonna try calling her back again. Thank you guys for all of your patience right now.
some kind of witching hour or something that
Okay, we got you. I
all of
don't
a sudden
know.
we're after midnight and all of a sudden the internet decides to go to bed or something.
Well, you know what? I'll just keep calling you back if it happens. So it's all good.
Well,
We'll just try to pick up.
This time I was like, maybe I have time to run downstairs and grab something. Um, so brownstone isn't a good candidate. Marble isn't a good candidate in that it erodes. Marble's very fine grain, loose grain, and it's also calcium carbonate. So it's all those little sea creatures that died bazillions of years ago and made the limestone. And then marble is compressed limestone. And so that doesn't weather well either. So when you go into, particularly in the Northeast or any industrialized places that have a lot of air pollution, their marbles, even though they're newer than my colonial gravestones, my 19th century marbles are typically in poorer condition than my colonial slates because of the geological material. So they at one point they might have been these beautifully sharply carved flowers and very they would have been very good candidates at the beginning, but over time they erode out. So we have the 19th century symbols are things like lambs and doves and flowers and that kind of stuff. And we make jokes about the when you see the lambs in the cemeteries, they look like dogs because they're all melted and they've lost their ears and their
Yes.
faces. Seals, they also look like
Totally.
seals. Um, I had a friend with me in the cemetery one day, and we walked by a stone, and she's like, "Why are there pigeons on the gravestones? What are pigeons?" I'm like, "Yeah, well, that used to be a dove, and you just can't tell what kind of bird it is anymore."
Pigeons. That's so
Yeah,
funny.
no, that's not a seal, that's a lamb.
That is
And it's just
fantastic.
because of the material of the nature of marble material, even though it's newer, it just doesn't hold up as well as my slates do. So
Okay.
the majority of my stuff, because of its durability as well as its imagery, comes from the colonial period. So once I've collected that image from the face of that stone, whichever method I use for collecting, now I have it and I can get it home and replicate it from there. So if I take an impression, if it's sticking up, if it's a positive on the stone, if I take an impression, it's a negative. So when I bring it home, I now have to make it a positive again. So I'll make a model. And then from that
Okay.
model, I make a silicone master mold, which will then be a negative, so that when I cast off of it, it will be a positive and it will look like the
Okay.
original.
That
So
makes sense.
my
I'm just trying to
my
visualize how you've got a tombstone that is standing up.
yep,
And normally, if you're making some kind of mold, you would use some kind of plaster, but it's liquidy. It would just end up dripping down from gravity.
yeah.
So try to figure out like how you would take
So
that impression and then be able to transport it while it's not like
yep.
fully dried
So
yet.
there are architectural mold making materials that are meant for exterior stone. So they're meant to work on the vertical, so they aren't liquids.
Oh,
Um,
oh, cool.
or if they are liquids, there's a binder in them that you can put on in layers and build up the layers so that it doesn't run. The materials I work with are meant to work on the vertical. Um,
Gotcha. That's really cool.
they,
Because I was trying to
they don't.
visualize it before. I'm like, how on earth would one do that? But that's really neat. So it's a thicker, more viscous, maybe silly putty esque type of thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Very cool.
So it doesn't need any setup time. It doesn't need any mold releases. So I'm not putting anything on the face of the stone other than the material itself, which again is made for exterior stone. Um, it has no petroleum products in it. It has no abrasives in it, no degreasers. So it's pretty inert. You could almost eat it. You wouldn't want to, but because of the nature of stone, some those materials are designed to basically be inert, so that you're not leaving anything behind that's
Fantastic.
going to change the pH or leave any grading materials behind on the face of the stone.
Okay. So then once you have your cast, um,
Yep,
I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think that it needs drying time. So transporting
it
that,
does.
how do you transport that without it just kind of flopping around and falling apart? Because that sounds really tricky.
I work when I go into work. I am very obvious. I've got a lot of materials. I've got boards. I've got cases with materials in it. Um, so most of the stuff just gets transported out flat, very gingerly put in the back of my car, and very
Okay.
slowly driven home.
Okay.
Um,
Good. Good. Good.
and it needs its cure time when I get it home before I start then casting off of that to get to that master mold. Um, Once the master mold is made, I use a pottery plaster, so it's a gypsum and Portland cement material. It's cold poured and air cured. So I mix my material with water. It's in the plaster of Paris family because it's got the gypsum component, but it's got Portland cement, so it's got a strengthener in there. It's not just plain plaster of Paris. So you mix it with water, and that causes a chemical reaction. So it's a hot
Mm.
reaction that raises the temperature of the material that causes it to set up. and it reaches I should know what the degree is, but it gets pretty hot. It's low temp. It won't burn you, but you put your hand on it. It's like putting your stove. Um, that heat sets up the material. It solidifies, and then over time it cools. So it sits in those master molds 24 to 48 hours, and then I can take it out. I can demold it. I then typically leave them out. So that's the cold pour process, and then air cured. I leave them once I've demolded them. I leave them out. I've got a series of rack systems in my workshop that they stay out on the rack system, so that air will circulate through it, and the rest of the water will evaporate out, which then makes the material even harder, until it's fully dried. So sometimes, when I'm on a project and I have to make something, I can make something as fast as a couple of days to be able to make a finished piece. But typically I try to be ahead of that and have blanks ready, pre-molded, so that if you order something from the website, I don't start from a cast, I don't start with a silicone mold to make the piece to then let it dry and then go to paint. I've got the ability from that silicone mold to make multiples. So I will have, 5 or 6 of the Isaac wing skull ready to be sanded and then painted at any given time. So when I get an order, I'm not starting from scratch every time. I'm at least halfway through the process.
Oh, that would be.
Otherwise, y'all would
be so much more expensive. It would be so much more expensive.
Y'all would be waiting. Everybody waits. It's usually 2 to 4 weeks when you place an order. Partially because I'm when it comes to making, I'm pretty much a one-man band. And if I come out, like I just came out of the Darksome virtual market, ran Friday, Saturday, Sunday this past week. I got a stack of orders like this, and I've got to get my butt down there and pull everything, sand everything, paint everything, pack everything. So
it's a lot of work.
That takes a lot of time. So if I had to start molding every time I got an order for something, it would take me months to just fill a handful of orders. So we do stage some of that stuff so that I'm not starting from scratch every time.
That's so smart. Real quick, we have a new guest in the chat right now, Walt the car guy, and they were wondering if we could bring him up to speed since we were late to the podcast. So just real quick little gist. This is Petunia Jade, who is one of the Gravestone girls. She's a co-founder of the Gravestone girls, and one of the most amazing things that they do is go into the graveyards and cast the headstones, and they sell these amazing pieces. I'm going to pop it up on the screen right now. She lives out in Massachusetts, so there's all of the iconic old colonial graves out there. So she's casting these amazing carvings on these stones and making art pieces out of it. And it is an amazing, very unique thing that I feel like is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life, to be totally honest with you.
That little funny looking wing skull that just went up before the one with the thing over his head, that one is from that one's from Charlestown, from that cemetery I told you about. Yeah,
that's so cool. Yeah, this is
my reclining guy.
So cool. Hearing out all of your fun adventures and some of the places that you've gone to, so far I feel like I've learned a lot about the process, and I'm appreciating even more than I was before, because there's so much to it. There's so much. What I do want to ask, I am curious, have you had any spooky ghosty experiences in your journeys in the graveyards, and or any spooky experiences of your own that you would like to share, living in such a historic place like old Massachusetts? I would imagine that you have some creepy stories to share. Could be wrong, but
this is the part where I'm going to disappoint you, my dear.
truth will never disappoint me. Never.
So when I get action, I always feel like I'm letting people down because I have had a lot of crazy experiences in the cemeteries with humans and animals. Um, but I have never had anything preternatural. Are you there?
What?
Oh, yeah, you are. Something
Yes.
just bonged in, and I was like, oh my God, did I lose the connection again? But no, you're still
It's a
there.
fucking ghost. The ghost is like, oh, I
Okay, finally, finally.
am here. That's so funny.
Um, I, I, I will tell you. So I think the closest I could ever say I've come, I was in an old graveyard in Topsfield, Massachusetts, so up along the Massachusetts coast. Um, I was doing some work. Yeah, I was preparing for a program, probably exploring, seeing what's out there, taking pictures to build my program around. And you know when you get that feeling somebody's looking at you, it's always like,
Hmm. It's very
and I
distinct.
really, really felt somebody looking at me. And I travel alone a lot. And you always have to be cognizant of your surroundings, bad to happen, because, humans. So
Yeah.
I just had this consistent feeling somebody's watching me. And I kept turning and looking, expecting there to be somebody like right behind me. Not a soul. And I wasn't in a very secluded place. And I was in the middle of town, in a small New England town. Um, but
Interesting.
but
Interesting
that
that
was
you felt
that was
that.
the only time. I don't know what it was. Never happened again. I've taken some friends out. If I go to their town to do work, I'll like, oh, come along with me. And uh, one of my one of my accountant friends, she comes along with me, and we're walking. And I always say telling people when we're walking in the cemetery, watch out, trip hazards, gopher holes and sunken stones and broken stones and tree roots and all this kind of stuff. Be careful, be careful, be careful. And we're walking along, and all of a sudden she falls, like one leg just falls halfway into the ground up to the knee in a hole, and she starts screaming. And of
Oh
course I'm kind of laughing
no.
because I think it's funny. So she fell through a gopher hole, or the edge of a grave, or part of a grave or something. The whole thing, it was probably more likely an animal hole, but she went into that panic mode. The zombies are reaching up from underground to pull me down with them and take me to the next,
Naturally. That's
to the
exactly
seventh
what's
gate of
happening.
hell. And of course, I laugh like hell because not the first time that's happened to me. So it's always, we always want to go right to the supernatural. When we can't explain something or something weird happens, we always want to try and put it to something preternatural. We have a cemetery in Worcester that is, it goes by the name, it's known by the name Spider Gates, which irks the shit out of me.
Really? You don't like it?
So it's
Oh, Chid, good night, Chid. We love you. Thank you for coming in. We'll
thanks
see
for
you soon.
coming.
Okay, carry on.
He, when I tell, when I tell people about cemeteries or what I do, I get so many people that are like, oh, oh God, have you been to Spider Gates? Have you been to Spider Gates? Because it's got this reputation for being haunted. It's got this reputation for being the seventh gateway to hell. There's spirit photography. Not no, I won't. It's not spirit photography because that was a cool thing in the 19th century. There's photographs have been taken with, oh, look at this thing in the tree. There's the devil in the tree, and orbs. Oh my God, spirit orbs. Um, and I'm like, no, please stop doing that. This is a Quaker cemetery. It is still, and the other thing that makes it super extra spooky is that it's way down in the woods. So you go down this long path through the woods, and all of a sudden there's a cemetery, and it's there in now what is the middle of nowhere, because the Quakers' meeting house, when the cemetery was established in the late 1700s, I think it was 1787, 97, something like that. Um, the meeting house was there, so therefore the burial ground was there as well. And then they moved at some point in the late 1800s. They changed the location and abandoned that meeting house and moved to another spot. Well, they didn't move the cemetery, so they still use the cemetery as an active burial ground.
Okay.
And because it's in the middle of nowhere, it gets its name Spider Gates because it's got these two big wrought iron gates in the front that look like spider webs. So it's got a circular.
Okay.
It's got a circle, and then it's got all of these wrought iron squiggles, if you will, coming off of it. And it looks, I'll give you that. You could interpret it to be a spider web. But what it is, it's a sun. So there's two gates, and they each have this motif on them, and they're suns. And they are, they're that idea about passing through the gate, and the sun setting on this life and rising on the next life. And it's all really lovely, and I really know what this reputation is. And I mean, it's at least nationally, if not internationally, known, because it's written about as one of the most haunted cemeteries in the world, or in this country, or something like that. All of the, Atlas Obscura and oddest things I've ever seen, and all of those kind of websites and blogs and stuff have written about it, because it's just got this massive reputation. And I try to dispel it because it still is an active burial ground, and because it's so secluded, I don't want bad things to happen. And because there are no eyes on it, there were, I don't know if there still are, but there were supposed to be cameras on it that were connected to the police station. And so that's keeping an eye on it. I'm not sure if they still are or not, but I try to dispel that one as often as I can, simply because just too much traffic through there and too much potential for bad stuff to happen. So I do feel that I'm a bit boring in that I don't have any spooky stories to tell. I have seen the humans doing crazy stuff, but yeah.
Just in general, all of the old places that you've lived, and all these places, the most that you've had is just that feeling that somebody is watching, but you've never seen anything.
Just that one time in the cemetery. And I'm very skeptical.
Very interesting.
I like my science. I think we're still just as superstitious as we were when we got here 400 years ago, and we really do jump to we so want to prescribe the supernatural to the creaky. I live in an big old creaky house, so
a lot of people definitely lean towards that. And I think when I was younger, because I had bizarre experiences my entire life, I think that I did lean more towards that when I was younger. But I got to a point of being more skeptical. Not skeptical that the afterlife exists, but to make sure that I don't jump to conclusions. I guess that's my point. I really made sure
exactly. That's a great way to put it.
Something happens, I'm like, yes, I don't want to be a jump to conclusion. I hear a bump, it's definitely a ghost. So if some bizarre things happen, I'll sit back and I'll be like, okay, let's think logically. How could this physically be happening? And there has been many times where I cannot come up with an explanation. I mean, seeing something just pick up and move across the room all on its own, it hasn't happened very many times, but it's happened a handful of times, enough for me to say, okay, let me think logically. How could
that possibly have happened?
How could it happen? So there's something to it. And now I can't say 100% that's definitely a ghost. It's definitely a dead person who is moving this. Yep. Could it be myself? Could it be some kind of telekinesis? It could be. I mean, we don't understand these things yet. We're working on it, and we're getting more and more technological advancements for us to be able to start to understand a little bit more. And as we grow, I think we will start to, have a little bit more information to go on. But I'm with you. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I really don't want to be that guy that just is like, oh my God, creaky old house, definitely a ghost. But like I
Yeah.
said, I've had quite a few experiences where I'm like, I don't know, man. Like I cannot explain this with logic. And
Right.
having a shared experience is really, really powerful as well. Me and
Yeah.
Tavia actually, I talked about this in a previous episode, so please disregard it if you've already heard the story. But just like in a nutshell, me and Tavia went to a cemetery in Leavenworth, which I don't know if
Yeah.
you've heard of Leavenworth, Washington. It's like a little old Bavarian style town, a German town
Mhm.
that's out in the mountains, and it's a super old town. Well, not as old as the East Coast, but old enough,
Well,
pioneer
for
type of
you
stuff.
guys, yeah. Yep, absolutely.
And we love going to cemeteries. Me and Tavia have been to a million cemeteries together. We'll go during the day, at night, whatever. We really enjoy it. So we're hanging out, having dinner, and we're like, hey, what's the cool old cemetery that we should go to? And this lady was like, oh yeah, there's one right down the road. It's there's some really older pioneer graves. Go check it out. Just be mindful. There's like mountain lions sometimes. So we're like, okay, we're gonna
Right?
keep an eye out. It's fine. But I have to tell you, me and Tavia both have been in a lot of interesting, spooky situations, separately and together. This was the most terrifying feeling. One of the top few terrifying feelings that I've ever had in my entire life. And Tavia, who is very, like, she's very strong, and she's like, oh, there's some bad energy, fuck you, get out. She holds her space and holds the space really, really well. And I've
Yep.
never seen her be shaken ever. And we get out of the car, and we're looking at some stuff, and right away, as soon as we got out of the car, I got a very spine chilling feeling. But I was like, okay, graveyard at night, maybe it just has to. We talked about mountain lions. Maybe I'm just a little bit spooked. I'm just going to roll with it, no big deal.
Yep.
So I notice myself doing this where I'm taking a real slow path from the car. I'm not going very far. Where I'm sticking close, and I'm like being like, no, calm down. It's totally fine. You've been in a million cemeteries at night. No big deal. It's totally fine. So we start walking down this little path, and I'm feeling not not good about the situation, and I start getting like a panic feeling where I felt like we were being watched from like a circular angle, like multiple different eyes upon us, and something really close. And I reach out and grab Tavia's arm, and before I could even get the words out of my fucking mouth, I just grabbed her, and she's like, yeah, before we leave, we're gonna really make sure that we like kind of shake it off. We're gonna have to like ground some of this stuff out before we go. And I could see panic in her face. And I've never seen
Mhm.
panic in her
Yep.
face before. So now I'm extra fucking panicked because she
Right.
felt the same shit as me. I mean, we were walking down this path, and I stopped and grabbed her, and she immediately looked at me and says pretty much the exact thing that I was going to say to her. It was like, hey, we need to be careful. And
Right.
I looked at her and I was like, I was just about to say pretty much the same thing to you. So I now realize that we are both picking up on something separately, but
Yep.
obviously there was something very distinct there. So I'm like, okay, let's just walk back to the car. And in my
I was
mind, I'm
going.
like,
That was my question. Did you listen
fuck
to
yeah.
that? Did you keep
Fuck yeah,
going?
dude. Hell no. Hell no. No, it was not even possible at that point for us to keep going. Like something stopped me while I was walking. I noticed myself going slower and slower, and I felt this like do not continue. Do not. It was like a danger feeling, which I've had spooky or like, oh, I feel like someone's watching or someone's around, but this felt like danger. It was like danger, red flags were coming
Right.
up. So
And you
I'm
must
like,
listen to that
okay,
stuff.
you gotta listen. So we turn
Must
around
listen to that stuff.
and we're like, okay. I was like, we're just gonna walk back to the car. We're gonna walk back to the car. And as we turned around and we're walking, I swear to you, I'll never forget the feeling. I could feel something like right fucking here, like a foot behind, right in between us. And my instinct was to fucking run.
Run.
Tavia's instinct was to fucking run. But we were like, nope. It's like with bees, you don't show fear, you don't let them smell the fear, you hold your fucking space and you just get to where you need to go. But I wanted to fucking, and I don't even run. Like, I'm not a runner. I will only run if there's like a weapon or something, or there's like actual danger. But I legitimately felt this, like, you have to get the fuck out of here right now. So before we went into the cemetery, my cell phone was running lower on battery. So I had one of those little external chargers that was fully charged up. I had it in my bag. I charged it before we went just in case I needed it. Had the charger in my bag. So we had spent all of maybe 10 to 12 minutes in this fucking cemetery. Okay. Didn't last very long.
Time to go.
We realized time to fucking go. So we get back to where the car was parked, which was kind of like a little like a driveway type of thing. So it was removed from the cemetery itself. And I felt a little bit better. I was like, okay, we're making a boundary. You guys are over there. We're here. This is our safe zone. We had like a safe bubble. And me and Tavia both were like, okay, we're going to like put out a safe bubble right now to make sure that we're kind of holding this space down. And we could feel, God, both of us, we talked about it later because we did not talk about it while we were in the cemetery. Inappropriate. You don't talk about it. Talk about it later.
Right.
That we could both feel what felt like a gathering. It's almost like we had like woke up multiple different people that we're very bright light kind of people, and we disturbed something in there, and they were like, hey, check out these light ladies that are coming through. Hey, everybody wake up, it's a fucking party or something. And I could feel them like surrounding, and I'm like, okay, we're not gonna run. Tavia's like, we're gonna have a moment, we're gonna ground it out, we're just gonna like hold it together before we go. We're not gonna run in fear. And I'm sitting there, okay, doing the thing. I look down at my cell phone. The entire external battery was dead, and my cell phone had drained out more than it was. I think it was on 30-something% before, and it was on like 12%. I looked down, my cell phone and this charger that was full just completely drained of energy. And that instantly put me in a fucking panic, because that was like a physical thing based on, how we felt. That was one thing, but now I'm like,
now you can see it.
Now I saw something physically drew energy from my shit right now, and I started grabbing my keys. I started fumbling with my keys, and I'm like, we gotta go. And Tavia was like, oh god, she sees me panicking, and I'm like, she's like a little more panicked, and I'm like, we gotta go right.
We gotta go. Let's go.
We get in the car. I turn the car on, and I look at her, and I go, dude, because I was about to tell her what I had noticed, and instantly in my mind I was like, don't talk about it, like, wait until you leave. And she said, don't talk about it until we leave. I'm like, okay, we are so on the same page with this. Like, as soon as I said dude, I realized, don't fucking talk about it. Like, okay, man, we got this, we're okay, we just need to keep our intentions there, and once we get the fuck out of here, we can discuss what is going on. And we drive through those cemetery gates and did like a visual, like, fuck off, this is the fuck off line, the cemetery gates you shall not pass. And we continue along, and we didn't really talk for the first like few minutes. It was like, we can't talk about it for a second, and then finally we were like, oh my god, what the fuck
was that?
We've never experienced anything that felt so like palpable, like in that kind of place. Like I said, we've been to a million graveyards, a million at night, and sometimes, okay, a little chill up your spine, or like, oh, maybe someone's watching, but it's never felt like we were being like surrounded, and that they were actual sentient beings that were noticing us, noticing them. And I don't know if it was necessarily like evil. It didn't necessarily feel evil specifically, or anything like, demonic or anything like that. But yeah,
just heavy.
Whatever was behind us, that was not a nice person when they were alive. That's the best that I can describe that. It was not a nice person.
Yep.
And whoever that person was, whatever remnants were left, were getting way too close for comfort, and they definitely were trying to drain something out of us. And this is going to sound so creepy when I say it, but this is how it felt. It almost felt like whatever it was like smelling us or something. It was so close that it was like welcome. And I was like, that's what we got to fucking go. Like, we got to bail out of this. It was not good, dude. Tavia says, like, you know, that she's never felt anything like that either.
And
like,
you probably don't want to ever again. Let's not do that again. Let's not experience that again.
That, like, oh, if we go back to Leavenworth, you know, we are never, ever going back to that cemetery ever again. Even during the day, don't care. Whatever that was spooked us to the fucking core. And
that's fair.
You know, stuff like that. I was like, okay, so we had a shared experience in that case, which was really a profound thing to share that without us talking about it beforehand. The fact that we were both just like, okay, we're just gonna keep going, everything's fine. Nobody wanted to be the one to be the pussy that's like, I'm scared, let's go. So we were just like,
get the fuck out of here.
Oh, until it got to the point where we like could not physically walk any further. We had to turn around, both of us at the same time. So that's the only graveyard experience that I have had where I can say I legitimately like felt like fearful. I've felt like temperature drops, like extreme temperature differences in certain parts of the cemetery, whatever. But I've never had anything like that. And I found it really interesting because you wouldn't think that a lot of these people would be hanging out by their fucking graves. Why would you do that? Move along to the other side, hang out with your loved ones, what the fuck ever. But whatever happened, there was some kind of chain reaction, I felt like, where it was like some trigger thing where people, some of the people that were hanging out were woken up by us coming in there. So maybe
you guys, by the light ladies.
I know, I think we disturbed the slumber a little bit. So yeah, that was pretty much one of the worst things that we've ever experienced, but it was really bonding as well. And actually, it's kind of funny, after the fact, we were driving back and we're on these like super dark mountain roads, and I just kind of felt like yucky, and I just needed to like get out and like breathe it out and just like leave it all behind. So we pull off on the side of the road. I'm like, we just need to like take a moment. Let's look at the stars. It's super dark, you know, star sky right now. Let's just like take a moment and let's just shake all this shit off, because I don't want to bring any of this shit back. Like, we gotta go. So we're sitting on the hood of my car looking at the sky, and I'm like, okay, we're breathing, we're fine. And a fucking bat swoops directly over our faces. Like, I could have punched a bat if I just put my arm up. This bat like goes over, and we're both like, ah, okay, no, it's just a bat. It's just a bat.
They found us.
Yeah, we love bats. We're fine. We're good. But it you know, kind of spooked us up again a little bit.
Sure.
We're like, nope, we're calming. And then we heard fucking gunshots. Like in the distance. But we heard gunshots. And there was an owl that was all hoo hoo. And we're like, oh my God. Okay. We got to just make it home. We're making it home. And nothing else.
We're in a Rob Zombie movie and we need to leave.
Yes. I pretty much would say that was the beginning of some kind of spooky Rob Zombie movie. So yeah,
right. That's how those movies go. That's how those movies go for sure. I was waiting for you to tell me that you went and put the key in the car and the car hesitated to start.
Oh my God, I'm so glad
that's all.
Because
that's all part
miserable.
of it. Even you know, even if it did, it was just kind of hesitated a little bit to turn over, and that's how all those horror movies go.
I am so glad that was not the case, because I think I would have gone into a full panic.
Yep.
And I'm not a panicky person. I get like fiery. I'm a Sagittarius. I'm fucking fiery, you know. But when it comes to like with situations, normally I'm pretty good at like keeping it cool. And even if I'm like stressed about something or whatever, I physically don't get like panic attacks or anxiety or anything like that. I'm really like even keeled as far as that goes. But I was like on the verge of like a like full blown panic in that moment. I was like, we're not totally panicking. We're almost panicking.
We're
We are
so close to the edge, but we're not going
we're
to panic.
99% of panicking, but there's 1% that's not panicking, so we're good. We're okay. You know, like fuck. It was a toughie. So I do wonder what the deal was with that. You know, having gone to probably at this point hundreds of cemeteries in my life, like to have
Right.
that kind of experience was pretty fucked up. So, considering the fact that you are a little bit more on the skeptical side and you haven't experienced this kind of stuff, I am curious what your thoughts are on the Greyfriars poltergeist. Are you familiar with the story of?
Not really. I know a little bit, and I haven't been because I need to go. But no, I'm not that familiar with it. I just it's not something that I follow a lot of because
Sure.
I'm like Fox Mulder. I want to believe. Just give me some proof.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, for sure.
and I have. Oh, why did his name just escape? Do you know who Oliver Sacks was? The neuroscientist.
No.
Do yourself a favor and read some of his stuff or listen to some of his recordings. His, I used to be agnostic, but Oliver Sacks made me an atheist with his
Interesting.
science.
Okay.
So he's as a neuroscientist, he's explored a lot of stuff and posited about things we don't know that we put other answers to. Um, and it's too much to go into, but it's a really great perspective about just
Interesting.
what we
Okay.
don't know about our brain and how the world works. And we always want to make connections and patterns, so we're looking for uh, somebody will pick up a gravestone casting off my table, and oh my god, that's my birthday, or that's an important date for me. Well, there's only 365 days out of the year, so
Sure, sure, sure.
I can't do math, but I believe in probability, and even if the possibility of it is an astronomical number, it is calculable that you might
Sure.
come into my booth and you pick up something. I've got this piece. It's a small round flower. It's called Miranda Rose, and a woman came in one day and picked it up, and her name was Miranda Rose. Oh, really cool, but calculable, in the time
Sure,
space
sure, sure.
continuum and how many people and all of that. Or somebody comes in. I've had a couple of people come into my booth, and I've got a casting of their ninth great grandmother's gravestone or their sixth great grandfather.
Ah, interesting.
And that's super cool when that happens.
Oh, I bet
Um,
that feels amazing for you. You're like, well,
yeah.
now you definitely have to buy this. Did they get a discount? If they can prove that it is their family
Right,
member,
I
do they
want
get a
to see
discount?
your papers. Give me your
Yeah.
lineage, and I'll give you a discount.
You get a
Uh,
20% discount if you can prove it
if you can
later.
prove it,
Yeah, you get a rebate.
okay, we'll give you a rebate. No,
That's
no
actually
coupon required. Yeah,
yes. That's
and
so funny.
the other great thing about that is no one has ever said to me, "Oh my God, you shouldn't have done this. This is terrible. You can't do this." They're like, "Oh my God, this is so great. Thank you," and then they buy it.
That's
I
so
had
awesome.
I had one person once in Salem one year because every October in Salem there's a street market. Every weekend in October in Salem there's a
Oh,
street
that
market,
sounds
which
so
is where
awesome.
you will find Gravestone Girls and a lot of other great artists. Um,
Cool.
and I had a woman come in my tent and she looked around and she asked me what she was looking at and she said, "I feel you're profiting from the dead and I'm not okay with that." All right, you feel that way, but here, let me tell you why I'm doing this
Yeah.
and what it means. And I did include that part where I told her I've had people come in and I've got an ancestor on the table and a descendant on the other side of the table. And no one has ever said, "Oh, that's uncool. You shouldn't do that." Or, uh, so Yeah,
So there's always got to be one bad
it's
apple that ruins the
calculable.
bunch, you know?
It's calculable. I think that what are the chances? Well, they're astronomical, but it is possible. So,
Yes,
and the
absolutely.
thing about Oliver Sacks is that he he studied the brain to un, help unlock things we didn't know, and he writes about how much we don't know about the brain, so that when you have a memory or you have an experience and oh, maybe it's a vision. Well, maybe it's something that you just was so deeply buried in this part of the brain that we don't know how it works, and then it comes back. It comes out. I'm not doing a great job of explaining it, but Oliver Sacks is my god, basically.
Okay. Okay. All right. I totally respect that. I think it's good that everybody has different beliefs and different views. And even if
Yep.
we don't have a set belief system, the fact that everybody sees things a little bit differently opens up a lot of different opportunities, because if everybody did not believe at all, then we wouldn't be scientifically trying to figure out if it is in fact correct.
Right.
People would just say
Exactly.
it's bullshit and we're moving along and we're completely dismissing all of this stuff. But the danger does come when people jump to conclusions too quickly and aren't trying to see the whole picture of of what is and what can be, when you just automatically assume that something is supernatural in nature. It really takes a strong mind to say, wait, hold on, let's think about this. And then, sometimes shit doesn't have answers. There's a lot of
Right,
stuff, a lot of
exactly. And we
sightings, a lot
like
of weird
answers.
stuff. We
And we
like
like
answers, but
answers. We need to know what things are, why they happen, where they come from, what they are. Absolutely. We're always
a
looking
lot
to
of people do.
understand us. Yep.
But the name of this very podcast, Inspired by Mystery, is because
Mystery.
personally, I love the mysterious and I love not having answers on things. Of course, we all as humans want all the answers, and I'd be lying if
Right.
I said I didn't want the answers, but I love the fact that there are so many of these subject matters that are open ended, that we don't know. And talking through these things, I think, is what helps a lot of us, kind of devise our belief system or lack thereof or whatever. So personally, like, not knowing everything, I find a comfort in that. Like, people that are born and raised into religious households, specifically whatever religion that may be, or cults or anything like that, where it's like, here is the truth. You are a little tiny child, and I bestow to you the entire truth of everything, and our truth is the only truth, and
Yep.
nobody else's truths fucking matter.
Nobody
Like,
else's
that's
truth is
so it's so destructive. It's so destructive to the human mind, because we should always be asking questions and we should always be open minded and trying to dig around to see what comes up. I mean, as humans, for us to think that we have figured everything out, and now because we've had real science for 85 years or whatever, we've had real science, scientific method, and all of these new tools that we have, whatever. I mean, we only had electricity like within the past 120 years, for
right.
Christ's sake. Leaps and
Right.
bounds. We're moving forward constantly, and more things will um, expose themselves over time. I mean, we just got a photo of the best photo ever of atoms that we have ever got ever this past week. And we talked about it on the Monday show. It's fucking fantastic that we now have this technology that is allowing us to see the microcosm in a way that we never ever ever could before. So I feel like we just have to be patient, and we have to try to do our best to not jump to conclusions, but also admit when certain things don't have a logical explanation, and not just completely
Yep.
write them off. Maybe there is some kind of logical explanation, but if we can't explain that yet, we have to have all options open, because nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows the
Right.
answers. And that's why you're saying people want answers, and that's why religion tends to work so well for so many people. And
Yep.
honestly, I'm not a religious person. I have a lot of thoughts on what that does to people and all of that, but I want people to believe in that, if that gives them comfort, and if they can sleep better at night, and if they
Right.
know what's happening when they go, if that gives them some kind of like peace in their life, then fan fucking tastic. Who am I to tell you you shouldn't have that. Like, whatever works for the individual. But I think it can be destructive when people are too close minded on both ends of the spectrum. No, like,
Absolutely.
this is how we find answers is by saying,
That's
well, I
exactly right.
think that it's this, but maybe not. What about this? And what about this? And there's just been so many unexplained things that I can't sit here and explain it. And I can't say it doesn't exist, and I can't say it's definitely ghosts or definitely demons or any of that kind of stuff. But it is interesting just kind of looking at everybody's personal experiences, and everybody has such unique experiences and our own filter, and the way that we filter the experiences that happen, that it really is like a very personal thing that we all experience. So I am not disappointed by your answer at all. I am glad that you feel like safe, honestly, in what it is that you're doing, and you're not, opened up or a conduit or any of that kind of stuff where you feel like you have to kind of battle these things, or you're worried about bringing anything home with you, because that's not a part of your reality. So if it's not, you get to kind of have a little bit of a more carefree experience, because we all kind of create our own reality to some degree. However,
I've had people ask me, oh, they'll pick up something off the table. They'll pick up one of the pieces and they'll be like, am I gonna bring anything home with me? And I'm like, well, nothing's followed me home yet, so I think you're okay. I think you're
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Have you ever had any strange feelings though, like with antiques specifically? Because you said your family has all of these antiques, and you love antiquing. I love antiquing, and there's only been a couple times that I have been antiquing, and I'll go to touch something. I love touching shit. I love touching stuff and looking at it. And
absolutely, I'm very tactile.
Couple times where I'll go to grab something and I'll be like, nope, no, whatever that is, no, do not fucking touch that. You haven't?
No.
You haven't had it? Okay, that's good.
I have not had that. I know exactly what you mean. I think with all the stuff in my house, like I said earlier, a lot of it just comes to me because people are like, oh, you like old shit, here you go. I feel like the caretaker for a period of time. I've been given something to hang on to, and what you had been saying earlier before about Ruthie Ann, the idea of remembering an individual, or this is something that it is from a particular period of time. It was used for this. It had a very specific life. So now I have it over here, and I look at it, I enjoy it, and I share it with the people that come in to my house. I like to collect postmortem pictures, postmortem photography from the 19th century.
I'm always on the lookout for those too. That's very hard to find just in antique shops. It's very, very, very hard.
Yeah, they are. They're popular, and my point was one of my neighbor's kids came in one day, and I had just gotten something. A young boy in a white casket with the clock on the front and all the drapery and all that. It's a beautiful photo. And I had it out because I had just acquired it. So I when I get something, I have to leave it out, because not only do I need to touch it, I need to see it. Like, I don't install it wherever it's going to end up, because then, it has to be like right on the kitchen table or right in the entryway so that I can see everything. So when it was in the entryway on the big desk, and she said she saw it when she came in, and she's like, what is that? He's dead. What are you doing? Why do you have that? And she might have been 12 or 13 maybe at the time. And I was like, well, this is why the picture was taken. This is something that they used to do, because we didn't always have photography. You didn't always have your phone to take pictures with. So I explained that part of the photographic history, and I said, I am the caretaker. I am the keeper of this little boy's photo and memory for this particular period in time, and I've got a whole bunch of them like that, and eventually I will give them to someone else that will take care of them after the time, after I'm done with them for whatever reason. I'm downsizing, or I don't want them anymore, or I've COVID cleaned out the house, or whatever the case may be. Um, but I keep the things, and I do think about their history, the individual, the time period, and I like to. That's why I have so much of it. I am a Victorian clutter queen. Everything has a story, and everything has
so awesome.
it had a use. And I mean, this, I'm not as scared of spooks because this is an embalming table. I've got on the
Oh,
other
very cool. Actually,
on
we
the other
have
side of the
an
room.
embalmer and mortician in the chat right now. Lilith Gray is actually a mortician. I did an interview with her a few weeks ago, so I'm sure she would
Cool.
extra appreciate that. But that's neat that you have an embalming table as your display table behind you. That's fantastic.
Like when I got it, I wanted to use it as a kitchen table, but where I had it put in the room, it's 8 feet long. It stuck out too far. I couldn't open the fridge.
Ah, too bad, too bad. Ah.
So it came here. It came in here into the dining room. I've got a retrieval basket on the other side of the room. I've got a kneeler over there, funerary lights over there, eternal lights over there, candelabras over there, and this stuff just I like the trappings of it. I like the ritual of it. I like the history of it. I like so when I say my mother was an antique dealer, she liked country and primitive stuff. For me, I don't know where I get this because I certainly didn't get it from her. The bigger, the better. The more marble, the more gild, the more glass, the more color, the more ornate. I am aspiring to live in a Newport style mansion. That's what I'm aspiring to
Oh
with my
man, I hope
with
you
my
get it. It's gonna be
renovations
amazing.
upstairs and with all of my stuff
Oh,
around
that's
me. So
so freaking awesome. There, the old antiques. There's so much like love that went into making them too, because everything was so much
craftsmanship.
harder. Like everything took so much more time and energy. Now it's just like, manufactured in China. And they're just busting shit out, and like a lot of this stuff was handmade. The silver was like forged and formed, and all of this stuff. So even the
Yep.
photographs, I love the old photographs. I have a pretty vast collection of Victorian photographs, including tintypes. But I love
Yep.
the photographs because I know that it was so expensive to get a photograph back then. You had to sit there for fucking ever, which is why most of them are not smiling, because they had to sit there forever. Like it was such a long
Long exposure time.
process.
Yep.
And some of my tintypes I actually have one that has some soldiers, and it totally looks like Civil War soldiers. I haven't
Cool.
confirmed it, but I think I have a
Yep.
tintype from Civil War era, which is a really cool like prized possession that I have. I
Absolutely.
love that. Good night, Walt. Thanks for coming. Also, one of my prized possessions, which I think you would absolutely love, which I kind of want to get to do show and tell for everybody. Hold on. I'm going to get this. I think you're going to appreciate it. Hold on. Everybody
Okay.
hold tight. Right back.
Good. Now I can sit here. I'm gonna guess that that's Dusty's artwork that you've been sitting behind. So maybe Dusty can answer me in the chat with that, or I'll ask Madam when she comes back. But
I'm coming. I'm coming.
no problem.
Almost
I'm
back.
still here. I'm still here. I almost.
Okay, cool. Okay.
What do
Actually, this
you got
was
a
a
photo
tapestry
album?
from Wish. I got
Really? That looks
this.
like
Yeah, I know.
that,
Who'd have thought it?
that's
It's super fun, though.
awesome. I,
But
I was
this
like,
photo
okay, while she's
album,
gone, maybe I'll run down and get something too. But that's
I know,
farther
right?
than I need
Which
to get, farther than I can go.
you totally can. I'm more than happy if you want to go take a Zoom to go get it. But this piece, I have a lot of antiques, and actually, our wedding, me and Dusty's wedding, was Victorian themed, and we did a murder mystery wedding, which was fantastic. But
Fabulous.
it was so fucking awesome. Instead of getting the traditional like centerpieces and crap that people normally do, where they just waste all this money and it goes in the garbage, we used our budget to purchase antiques to decorate all the tables. So each table had an antique theme. So I had like the old sewing table. So it had a bunch of like old sewing boxes and all this old stuff. There was the kids table, which there was no children at the wedding, but I had the creepy kids table with all the photos of all the creepy kids and old kids toys and stuff. We had like the old bar sets and everything. So every table was unique. So that really kickstarted our collection, which I would recommend to anybody. If anybody's getting married and you want to have a cool collection, don't buy a bunch of bullshit that just gets tossed. And even for the centerpiece, we didn't do flowers. We had 0 live flowers at the whole wedding. My bouquet was all dead flowers that I had bouquets from other weddings, and I constructed it out of like dead flowers, and I put peacock feathers in it. So for the center, I took old wine bottles and I sacrificed one old book, and I ripped off pieces of the pages of the book and decoupaged these wine bottles, which I put ostrich and peacock feathers in the middle. Bam, done. Antiques,
fabulous.
Peacock and ostrich feathers, done. I actually still have a bunch of these bottles, so if anybody needs any decoupage bottles, I fucking got you. But yeah, it really kickstarted my love for this stuff, and every time I go to antique shops, I'm always digging for like the best prize. Is my favorite pastime to do is to go to antique shops, and I don't remember where we were. I can't remember. It was somewhere here in the Pacific Northwest. It was either Oregon or Washington. Me and Dusty went in, and right when I walked in, the first booth had this book, which it is in pristine
It's in
condition.
beautiful
it's
condition.
Black velvet. It's crazy. I feel like it sat in somebody's grandma's attic for 100 fucking years, and just based on the book alone, I would have bought it no problem. I have one other photo album which is not in as great condition, and it only had a couple photos in it. This is filled to the brim with photos.
Fabulous.
There's not one missing spot. So this is somebody's family album.
Yep.
And the entire thing is full. And I mean, just these photos alone, $5, $6, $8, $12 a piece or whatever. Like, oh my God, there's like, look at this guy. He's awesome. So the coolest part, after I got through the whole thing, of course I started at the beginning, and I'm just dying that there was no empty spaces. I get to the end, which I think you will specifically appreciate. Oh, I think I went the backwards way. Hold on.
That's magnificent.
Right, there's one. Oh, yes. So something I've been looking for that I haven't found individually, but it was in the book, is a funerary card.
A memorial card. Yep. Beautiful. And good job.
Thanks.
Is that anybody in that in the adjacent picture?
I don't know. It's August F. Matschke. Died September 20th, 1888, aged 18 years and 4 months. So I'm not sure who he was specifically, but I was so happy seeing that it's filled with photographs and then a remembrance card at the end. I was like, yeah.
Fabulous. That's a good score. Very good score.
Roxy, she was here visiting. She's like, oh, the big book of old photos that I was not shown. Fuck, I actually meant to show you this, Roxy. I did. There's just so many things in the house. There's so many things.
I was just going to say, certainly it sounds like your house is like mine, that there is just so many things to show people. That's why when I have someone come and I give you the house tour, the joke is that it can easily be a bottle and a half of wine tour. And that's just my side of the house.
Yes.
Just
okay.
my side of the house.
Totally feel you on that. And we have a very similar type of setup where each room in the house is a separate theme. So each room is like themed out. So there's totally different stuff in each room. So we've got the Victorian parlor, and then the kitchen / dining room. It's all 50s sci-fi. So it's a 50s kitchen and 50s sci-fi
fabulous.
stuff.
Sci-fi.
And then this room that we're in right now, this is here, I'll move the camera a little bit. I have like a massive collection of 80s toys. and stuff. So we've got like we have a bunch of different collectibles. We are definitely collectors, and we have a lot of different stuff. And I would
Good
love to
job.
share tours. I would love it. But I definitely
Right?
think that we have a very similar type of love for this specific era and history and all of that, which I think is why we just bonded so fast. We were like, "Oh, you get it. That's
Yeah.
awesome," you
And
know?
Melissa fits into that because she's the daughter of an antique dealer too. And she's got a great affection for art and history. She's real good about getting on. You know, she sees something and she wants to know more. She's really good at like instead I make a note and go, I need to make sure I look this up someday. She's like, she's pulling stuff. She's got great internet foo. She's pulling stuff off the internet in hidden areas and making connections. And we had
That's so cool.
I had a book of photographs. Yeah, I think it came out of my mother's basement from the days of the antique shop. And the book had gotten all moldy. So, like toxic mold. Take it outside, take it apart, saved the photos, and the family surname is Starbird. And I was
That's
like, well,
so
that's a
cute.
fabulous name. And it's this little tiny book. I bought another book for it and filled it up with everybody. I'm trying to rehome it to the family as well, and they've just got everybody had their names. They still had all their names on the cards. So and Melissa just gets online, and all of a sudden she's like, "Oh, here's a picture of those Starbird children at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and this guy was
Wow.
connected to this one somehow." Oh yeah, she does genealogy too. You know, she's done her side and her family side and her husband's family side, and
Oh,
she's
that's
just
so cool.
remarkable at the shit she can pull out. You give her a couple of keywords and she just runs with it and
Oh, that's
it
great.
makes amazing discoveries. So it's really cool. So you've got that full family photo album. You've got that memorial card in there. It's adjacent to a photograph, so it may
You're
have a
right.
connection
I should
directly
look
to
it
that
up.
one next to it.
I should
And
look that up and see if there's any
if not,
information.
chances are really good that August, that card for August is there's also a photo of August in that book somewhere.
God, I really hope so. That would be so validating to find that. 1888. He died in 1888, which I
Yep.
know as far as European terms go, that's like 5 minutes ago. They're like 1888. But as far as it goes for us here in the States,
Right?
that's a long time ago for us here. You have a very unique experience being, in the place of the founding areas of our entire country. And up until we came out and actually met you, I had never been to that area. I went to
Oh wow, I
Connecticut
didn't know
with
that.
my parents when I was a kid in like seventh grade, but we just like visited my mom's friends and we went to
Yep.
New York City, and that was it. We didn't like look around very much. My dad's whole family is from Philly, and I just had never gone out there. That's why I was like, if we're going to be going out there to Maine, we were doing a trip for Dusty's dad with his sisters, like, oh, yeah, we're going to go to Maine. Let's make like a whole thing. I'd like to finally go to Philly. And, oh, well, if we're driving from Philly to Maine, Salem is on the way. I've never
It's
seen
right
any
on
of
the
this stuff
way.
ever. And that was so, so cool to see that level of history in this country, because the West Coast, we don't have stuff that old. We're lucky to find graves from like the mid 1800s. And then where I'm from in Florida, like the town that I'm from, they created it in the 60s. They drained the swamp out and made
Right.
my town. And that's the 1960s. So really, there was zero. I grew up with zero history. The longest history that I had was maybe 20 years old. And now, if you go down to Miami and stuff, there's a little bit more history. But as far as like actual rich history, St. Augustine, you know, the
I was just
first
going to
official
say.
city. That is really, really cool. But that was a ways away. That's a good maybe like 4 or 5 hour drive or something like that. So it
Right.
wasn't like in my neck of the woods. My neck of the woods was brand spanking new.
Yep.
But I do really enjoy going to St. Augustine for that historic effect. But yeah, living out here, like the perspective is so different where I'm like, wow, this is so old. And then since I've been to Europe, like it's changed my perspective. It's tainted it a little bit where I used to be able to appreciate even more, be like, wow, 1883, and now I'm like, whatever, dude. I went to a pub in Scotland that it was its 500-year anniversary, the White Hart Pub. 500 years, and I'm like, oh my god, this is just so I sat on benches that are older than our country.
Right? Absolutely.
So it's
Absolutely.
the perspective that we get from traveling. It's very interesting, what we consider old versus what actually is ancient at this point. And getting to travel has been awesome. It's been enlightening, but it's definitely made it seem a little bit less exciting when I find the old graves out here. But like I said, coming out to New England, that was a really awesome experience because it was like so distinctly old. I
Yep.
loved it. St. Augustine's the closest thing that you can get,
Yeah,
from
and
where I'm
they
from.
recently, and it's probably at this point, it's probably a year or so more, or more than a year. Um, they they have uncovered and are excavating a burial ground in St. Augustine that dates to the 1590s. You
Really
you may want to check that out.
cool. I definitely will.
Yep.
I imagine from like the Spanish because there's a whole Spanish
Yep.
fort that's from the 1500s as well out there. Wow,
Yep.
that's really really interesting. That's so
Yeah,
cool.
it's super cool, and I'll tell you that even though as you move across this country, it gets younger and younger until you get to the West Coast. But because of that migration, it's very common for me when I travel. I run into people in cemeteries on their gravestones that will say, they're from Lancaster, Massachusetts. Well, Lancaster, Massachusetts is about 15 or 20 minutes away from here.
Sure.
You see a lot of the northerners that went west, and certainly northerners that went south. First time I was in Savannah, I was so shocked. I met more northerners, living and dead, than I did southerners, and I saw northern gravestones and northern gravestone carving styles down there that at the time
Wow.
I didn't expect to see, and then I went and figured out why it was. But yeah,
That is
so it
really cool.
drags itself around all over the place.
I love seeing out here the old graves from 1800s, and I just think about how hard somebody worked to fucking get here in
Yep,
1872. Like I'm
absolutely.
like, oh, born and raised in Massachusetts or whatever, and I'm like, oh my god, like it took you months. You had to pack
Months,
your entire life
absolutely.
up. You had to put your life on the line. You didn't even know where the fuck you were going. You were just rolling with it. And
Yeah,
that is so much
no
more
hotels along the
magical.
way. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
like
absolutely.
that must have been so much more like scary because you're just going into the wild. I mean, you got Donner Party type of
Great,
situations where people make the
great
wrong turn,
unknown. Yep.
but I don't know.
We
It gives it more specialness when I'm like, oh, good job, you fucking nailed it. Like you
You
made
made
it.
it.
You made it 3,000 miles. Like wow, super cool.
I've been to Seattle once and Portland a bunch of times. And like I said, the Greystone Conference was in Salem, Oregon once. Um, and I can't remember. Oh, there goes my cat, Georgine. Come here, Georgine.
Oh yes, kitty show and tell. Best
Kitty show and
dog of the
tell.
day.
Kitty show and tell.
Hey, hi Georgine.
This is George.
Oh,
George
hi,
Otis Johnson.
buddy.
He's like, lady, I was on my way to the food bowl. What are you doing?
I love black cats so much. I have a black
Mwah.
cat named Zelda. They're the best. They
All
are
right,
the
off you go,
best.
my friend. I know. He's like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, lady. What are you doing bugging me?
So I have,
I'm supposed to be rolling into your bedroom and waking you up.
I know, I won't keep you too much longer. I know it's definitely late over there for you. But one thing that I was wondering, so um, a little game that I like to play when I go into graveyards is to look around and find the person that was born the longest ago. So it's not death
Yep.
date. I'm always looking at, okay, who was
Oldest
born
birth date.
first.
Earliest birth date.
And just not too long ago, actually, it was last month or so, we were coming back from Mount Rainier and
Hmm.
we're driving down this road and sign said historic cemetery and we're like, "Arr!" Of course, pulled right over, and my friend Shannon was visiting and I was like, okay, Shannon, here's the game, find the person that was born first. And of course,
Right?
we divide and conquer, and we're running around looking at everybody's graves, and it was
Right?
awesome. We
Hollering,
found
over here, I
somebody.
found this, I found that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're yelling across the thing like 1832. Oh, yeah, whatever. Like we're just yelling back and forth, and it sucked because me and Dusty were standing at the same grave, and he read it before I did. I was like scouring everything, and he scanned faster. But it was, I think, 1794, and
Cool.
that's the oldest one that I've seen in this area, hands down. So yours, do you pay attention to the like birth dates of people? And if so, what is the oldest one that you have seen out there in the Northeast?
You're going to have the early settlers. So they're going to be coming in the 1620s, and they're going to have been born in England in the 1500s. So there's a
1500s. Wow.
caveat that goes with that, that usually those tombstones are put up often many decades after. They
Really?
might be put up. So that style of that colonial New England gravestone that we're so used to seeing, with the shoulder and then the tympanum where the art is and the other shoulder, um, and then the information inside of it. That that doesn't really, the organized burial grounds and gravestones that look like that do not show up here until the last quarter of the 1600s. Um, so people that died before that either didn't get gravestones, didn't get elaborate gravestones like that because it's just not part of the vernacular of the time. It's not part of the belief system of the time, the social system of the time. Um, what you will have often in the interest of history is descendants come along, and they might be 18th century descendants, they might be 19th century descendants, and and even in the 20th century, it was very popular in the 50s and 60s to go put markers up on your important community members, family associations get developed, and like the DAR, the Daughters of the American Revolution. We have Mayflower descendant genealogy organizations. That's international. All of those kind, they will trace their lineage back, and I've actually had it happen. I've been asked to create something or for input on the creation of stones for very old ancestors that um, either didn't have stones or they have stones and they're or records of stones that are no longer there, or they've badly deteriorated, because you've got families that come along and go, I want to let it be known, I want to remember my ancestor, and I want it to be known on the cemetery landscape that this person, and we're talking like the Aldens and all of those initial Pilgrim families, those Puritan families that came over, their descendants want it to be known who they are, where they came from, and that will often include, born on this date and died on this date and aged a certain amount and came from this 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 village in England or this town in England. Um, I also see on the Irish gravestones, and this is certainly much later, that there was a tradition of saying what county they were from. So
Oh,
when they immigrated from Ireland to this country, very often I will see a notation on the gravestone that this person, you got their name and maybe some ages and stuff, and it will say from County Cork or from this county, or I can't come up with anyone right now besides County Cork, but
sure, sure.
they will the descendants, either the constructors of the stones at the time, want to make note of that sort of important stuff. And certainly descendants will come and very posthumously put up markers for those ancestors that might have an important origin, or just for the sake of doing it. So Connecticut's another one. Connecticut's got a lot of settlers that would have come over in the early 1600s, so they would have been born in the 1500s. And there are some really old stones there. And I don't know if the original stones actually, I don't think the original stones actually give a birth date, but stones that are put up by descendants later on are absolutely harkening back 1590, 1595, born dates and locations
Okay.
often too. So you're tying that genealogy together with the history, and you're putting a permanent marker out on the ground. Um,
That's really cool that the descendants, this far down the line, they still feel that it's so important to make sure that they have a proper marker.
yep, that they've got a marker. Absolutely. And
So if some of the
as I'm
graves are
thinking about it,
weathered,
yep,
I was just saying if some of them are weathered and they're, historic, but at the same time you start to not be able to read, are
right.
people coming out and saying we want new versions of it?
Mhm.
Like they're trying to replace those, even though those are super historic.
They are. I've seen it done a couple of ways. Sometimes the very important or the very historic will be taken inside for protection, and they end up in the historical society usually.
Okay,
And
that's
a
cool.
replica, a modern slate replica is made, or it's not always slate either, um, but a modern replica is made, and many times it will be an exact replica,
Cool.
with the art and the information and the shape and all that kind of stuff, and sometimes material, because there are a number of very talented folks out there uh, that work in slate, and they make slate gravestones among other things. Yeah, they're
That's
pretty
really
talented
cool that they're
folks.
still doing that
Yeah.
because it seems like a lot of it's moved over to just granite squares at this point. But it seems like
Yep.
out in your area, there's a little bit different of a style where people might still be wanting to kind of stick with that traditional thing.
The ones I know are all working here in the Northeast, but they are making stones that are being put all over the country.
So, what do you
So
want your gravestone to look like?
I want to be composted.
Do you? Awesome.
I do.
Come to my
And
state.
your
We can
state is
compost
the
you
one
there.
that let
Yeah.
me know. Yep, your
Yeah.
state is the one that let me know that that technology is available. Um,
So, all of your love for gravestones.
I
You
know,
don't
right? The
even
gravestone
want
girl
one.
has no gravestone. Um,
Wow, that's so interesting.
I used to think I wanted one, and then it was all about, well, what am I going to put on it? And every time I saw something, I'm like, oh, that's what I'm going to use. Oh, no, that's what I'm going to use. So there's two things I think that influence that. Um, I am the last of my line. I am, even though I've been with the same guy for 30 years, he lives next door. We live in a duplex. I live at number 16. He lives at number 18. Um,
All right, Tim Burton style. I
so
like it.
it works. That's why I can have all of this shit and nobody complains about all of my clutter.
That's awesome.
And I also don't have to put his decor in with mine. He can have his own. I can have my own.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um, so my family is very small. we're down to three. That's all that's left. Me, my mother, and my father. Um, I don't
Wow.
have any brothers and sisters. My father didn't have any brothers and sisters. All his people are gone. My mother is the last of her line. I got a couple cousins somewhere, but they're not really.
Interesting.
There's not many. There's for all intents and purposes, there's three of us, and I'm it. So who's going to come take care of my space? And do I really, is it useful? Yes, I think as a Greystone girl, it would be useful for other people like me that are interested to come and see. But at the same time, I went through a period a couple of years ago where I was super jaded about um, abandoned cemeteries, and we touched on a couple of them earlier. And it is not unthinkable that, or I should go the other way. It If you're buying a plot and you're putting up a gravestone, you are never thinking this could all just be walked away from. This could all just go to hell someday. And so I got really, really jaded about that because I was seeing not just the little family plots, but places like Mount Moriah, 300 acres being walked away from, privately owned, and being abandoned. And right across the street from Laurel Hill, I don't know if you guys noticed it, or we may have talked about it that night. Right across the street from Laurel Hill is another 19th century cemetery, um, that it's contemporary to Laurel Hill, and I can never remember the name of it, but it's privately owned. And X number of decades ago, the guy that owns it stopped taking care of it. And he locked the gates and he let it be overgrown. He let it become overgrown. And if you can't go in, the only way to go in is to sneak in. And if you have family in there, you have to prove it to him. And then you have to pay him to send his guy out to open it to let you in through this
What?
through this overgrown disaster of a cemetery. So while we think,
Wowie.
while we never consider that it's possible, it's totally possible. And so really, I like I said, I got really jaded by that, and I went, well, what the fuck's the point? And then I found out about composting. I was like, woohoo! I was just going to be green burial, but now I can be composted. This is fucking
Yeah.
awesome. I'm gonna,
Yeah, I
I'm
think it's
gonna
super cool.
go back to. I'm going to be useful when I'm not here anymore. I won't just be a tree, but I'll be food for the tree or food for the garden, or I'll be totally usable. So
I love
currently,
that.
I'm really cool with that.
I
So
find it very interesting. That is not what I expected. That is
no,
so
no
not
one
what I
does.
expected. I think that that's awesome. I think the human composting is fantastic and it reduces so much waste and we're able to just go back into the earth. I love it. But because of my personal love for these monuments, like I enjoy so much getting to see a little tiny bit of people's lives
Yep.
that I want to have something for people to see for hundreds of years or whatever. And I actually want to be excavated. I want to put a little plaque on there that I want to be excavated in about 1,000 years because I
Nice.
love archaeology. I want to be an archaeologist, and I think it's so awesome that they're able to find these people and solve all these mysteries and then try to figure out what people ate and what people did back then and whatever. So I specifically want to be mummified in traditional Egyptian style, and I want to be exhumed one day. And
Nice.
I think it'll be
Mummification
fun.
would be, yeah, I would consider mummification and future excavation. Sure.
I think that that would be fun just because I find so much joy and happiness in viewing all of this old stuff that I just want to give a little bit of joy back to others later on. And I don't want it to be a freaking granite slab of shit. Like, sorry, not to like, piss on anybody's dead relatives. Sorry about that. I'll take it back. But like something
We
more
knew what you were
like
getting at.
unique. Yeah, something more unique and something that makes people stop because sometimes I'll walk through and it's like okay, the same, and then somebody has something really unique, and I'm like, wow, awesome. I see you. I see a little bit of your personality, which actually brings me to
Exactly.
an awesome thing in Greece when we were on Crete. We were driving in the middle of nowhere on Crete, in between very small villages, and we drive past this darkness with all these little tiny lights, and we're like, "What are these little lights going on?" And we pull over and realize it's a cemetery. And
Yes.
do you know about the Crete graves? Have you seen like the style and how they have their graves? It's like the coolest thing.
I know a little, but tell me your
Oh,
experience. Tell me more.
so all of their graves are above ground tombs, and then in lieu of a traditional headstone, they have a glass paned shadow box. Everybody has their own
Oh,
little shadow box.
fabulous.
Oh my god, it's so cool. And the lights that we saw was these candles. So people had, mainly it was oil lamps. So whoever's in charge of the cemetery comes every night, lights everybody's
And
lamps,
lights
and
the
when you're there
lamps.
at night, you can look at their grave, and then it says their names and whatever. And in these little shadow boxes, there's little pieces of these people's lives. So there'd be
That's
a
fabulous.
photo and like their wedding glove or something, or a can of the beer that they used to drink, or whatever. But each one
Right.
was unique to the individual, so the
That's
family could
fabulous.
say, "This is what makes me think of this person," and being able to have a little tiny window, literally, into
Literally.
people's lives. That was one of the most fantastic ideas I've ever heard of, and it totally inspired me. Where I was like, why on earth are we not doing this anywhere else? I'd never even heard of that. I'd never seen any photos of that, and here I am on Crete, and the entire graveyard is pieces of
Yeah, that's
people.
fabulous. I didn't know it. I didn't know that. Um,
I loved it. It was
I
so
have
special.
seen I have seen just a very small number of those types of memorial boxes, those shadow boxes. Um, Maybe in all of my travels in this country, maybe I've seen 4 or 5 of them, and they are
Wow.
super special when you find them because that's
So
exactly what they
cool.
are. They are a window into that individual. Modern gravestones. So you're right. When we came into the 20th century, we've got we're out of the Victorian period. Queen Victoria is dead. There's an arts and crafts movement. We're going to simplify. We've got medicine happening. We've got world wars happening, and and we're escaping the idea of mortality. So this death becomes much more somber. Memorialization becomes much more somber, and that's where you get those granite blocks. So the granite, we also granite becomes that modern material because we now have the tools to get it out of the ground and use it not just for great big important monuments and statuary, but also for more mundane objects like gravestones. So that becomes the modern material on the landscape in the 20th and 21st century. And what I find happens around the 1980s or so, people start people were already through sandblasting, people were already putting birds and flowers and dogs and that kind of stuff, rather rudimentary because it is sandblasting, you don't get a lot of detail. um, but we start using the black granite becomes a very popular material, and because it's black, you can now either with lasers or with diamond tip tools and very talented people working it, you can put engraved images on these stones. And it seems like that stuff came together about 30 years or so ago, where people all of a sudden decided, I want more than just that granite block with a name and a birth year and a death year and nothing else. They want to talk about who they were and what they enjoyed while they were here. And honestly, until I really started noticing that change, you wouldn't find me in the modern section of the cemetery because there was nothing to see. There was no one to meet. So, you
Yes.
can, on the colonial stones, on the Victorian stones, you could get names and dates and professions and where they were from and causes of death and family associations, the wife of so and so and the second wife of so and so and the third wife of so and so. Um, and you got all of that Victorian sentiment in the 19th century and all the high emotion that goes with it, with telling the stories about who the people were. And then you get into the early 20th century and it's like, meh, nothing going
Yeah,
on
maybe it
here.
just says like mother or something,
Right,
and you're like, okay,
right.
that's not giving me any insight into who
Yep,
these people are. So when they started doing like the faces engraved or doing the little like windows with the pictures in there,
yep,
like that's at least something. That's something more than just the boring block. So I
yep.
got to give people credit for that for sure. And then sometimes with the little benches on
I
the
have
sides and like
seen
all that kind of stuff.
with the black granites in particular and the with the etchings that are on there, I have seen I know what your old classic car looks like. I know what your pets look like. I know that you taught sign language and I know what your
Or you
house looks
played
like and your
guitar and you loved
farm.
guitar or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you've got that little insight to that individual the same way you could get something from a colonial or from a 19th century gravestone. And these are people that you may very well have existed contemporaneously with, but
Yeah.
pesky space time limitations,
Sure.
you're not able to make a connection. But here is something that either in the creation of that gravestone, either the person themselves wanted to be remembered for, to say something about themselves, or the people that put that stone up for their deceased loved one wants to be wants that person to be remembered. I'll tell you a good one. It's not a supernatural one, but it's pretty good.
Okay.
Um, when I give a program, uh, so I do lectures. I speak to libraries and genealogy groups and the garden club or whoever, anybody that does any kind of public programming for their members. I had uh, I will I will often do a fully customized program for that particular town I'm working for, particularly if it's a library or historical society. So I go to town ahead of time and I go to all of the cemeteries and I take pictures. And then I build my presentation around that using as much local content as possible.
Cool.
It's
That's
really
awesome.
just a big it's really just a big great excuse to be able to get into everybody's cemeteries in that particular location. But
Totally.
I am building local content for the people that are coming to listen to and watch my program because these are probably spaces they're pretty familiar with. And when I got to the modern section, I put up a picture of a black granite gravestone and it had a picture of a guy etched on it. And he's super casual. He's sitting maybe on a cooler or on a stool and he's kind of leaning on this leg and he had a can in his hand. Maybe he's got a beer or a soda or something. And he's got a t-shirt on and he's got a baseball cap and he's smiling. And I was talking about that transition where earlier in the 20th century we didn't really I wasn't able to meet in the individuals, but now these are the kind of things that I'm seeing. I said, I don't know this guy, but I saw his gravestone and he looks like a pretty happy dude. And he looks like somebody that you'd want to talk to, that he looks like he'd be friendly. And certainly because whoever chose to put that on his gravestone, they want to impart the idea of who he was as an individual. And all of a sudden a woman in the back of the room goes, that's my dead husband. And I go,
Wow.
oh, holy shit.
No
uh,
way.
and she says,
Wow.
She says that picture was taken at a party on a Saturday. I couldn't go, I was working, and he went to the party and he started to choke. So he got taken to the hospital, and when they got him to the hospital, they found him with stage 4 esophageal cancer, and he died shortly after. So that was the last photograph that was taken of him, and I felt that I wanted to put it on his stone, right? I did exactly the same thing. I'm out there in front of all these people, and I'm like,
Wow.
and now I realize that I have walked into a super sensitive subject, because here we are in a public place that you go out to see a fun lecture about gravestones and history, and your dead husband is on my screen. Oh, holy shit.
Totally,
But
dude.
she talked about it, and she shared why she chose that image, and the whole room kind of goes. So I talked to her afterwards. She cried, I cried. I gave her a casting. And I heard from her the next day or within a couple of days. She sent me an email and she said, I really wanted to thank you for having this program. I wasn't going to go. My husband's been gone a year, and I really have stopped living my life. I go to work and I go home. And I wanted to go, and I didn't want to go because I don't want to go out. I haven't been going out, but I just decided to go. And I'm so glad I went, because I feel like I got a sign from him by seeing him in your program.
Oh,
And
that is so awesome.
she finished by saying, I have, since he's been gone, I haven't slept in our bed, in our bedroom. I sleep on the couch. And last night after your program, I went home and I slept in my bed. And I'm
Oh,
like,
that's so
oh,
wonderful that that helped her. I love
right?
that. And it was just,
She needed
random pick.
something. Yep, she needed
Yeah.
something, and she shows up, and he happens to be part of my program, and she happens to be there, and it was something that helped her. It's something that made her feel good, and
I
helped
love
her
that.
feel better about him being gone, and the situation that she was in. So she said she had been looking for a sign, and she came to the
And that was
Gravestone Girls
that
and
was
she
her
got a
sign.
sign. That was her
And
sign.
whether it was just a random quinky dink or whether somehow
Yep.
there was something more to it, like that's all she needed to kind of put that to rest and to be able to
Yep.
move forward. And I love that story. That is so good. But in the moment, you must have been like, "Oh shit, where are we going from here?" Because if she's like,
Right?
"That's my dead husband," you're like, "Am I in trouble right now?" Like,
Right.
oh,
Exactly. Exactly. I was like, oh. So I will say now that every time I do a program, at the beginning, when I show a picture of the three major types of cemeteries the evolutionary process we're going to walk through, we're going to see the colonials, we're going to see the 19th century garden cemeteries, and we're going to take a look inside the 20th and 21st century cemeteries. And I say, I'll tell you now, and I'll remind you again when we get there, you may see someone you know tonight. Don't freak out. Know that I'm using
yeah,
that modern imagery that I'm seeing on modern gravestones that speak to who we are as modern people. I'm using those words and images the same way I use the colonial words and images and the 19th century imagery to for to just to describe to you how those people in that time period felt about mortality, and their own basically lives and deaths. So
it's important
yeah,
to show the whole progression. Like
it
that's
is.
so important. So you're right. Like you might know some people, but the fact that people would feel how special of a thing that is if out of all these graves you chose to photograph these
Yep.
one graves. I think that's really nice that it makes them feel like they're not alone or whatever, like okay, there he is, so it still lives on, and you're like, I love this photo, and she's like, let me tell you the backstory of this
Let me
photo.
tell you
Like
my story.
that's
And that's
so
happened.
special.
She was the first one, and it's happened maybe two other times, and it always makes me sweat when we get to that part of the program. Um, Even though I've given you a warning, you just don't know how people are going to take it. But they do come and talk to me. Either they speak up to the room and say, "Yeah, that's my sister, mother, neighbor, whatever," or they come and talk to me afterwards. I had a great one, another one similar to that. And these ladies, there were two ladies right in the front row, and I could see their faces when I put this particular picture up, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, got one, got another one."
Oh
Um,
shit.
and it was the same thing. It was a black granite, and it had a face on it, and it was in with a bunch of other modern stuff. And they came and talked to me afterwards and said, that's, I think it was, the woman says, "That's my mother, and I have a brother that's autistic." And we put the picture on the gravestone to help him understand her passing, and that she's not really gone. We can go to the cemetery and he can see her, and he sits and he talks to her and he kisses the picture, and he's still with her. It helps him deal
Oh,
with
wow.
what's happened. Oh yeah, I did the same
That's
thing. I'm like,
really sweet. Yeah, that,
and
wow.
so it's very
It's really
interesting in
cool.
a modern perspective to see what people are putting on there, and then every now and then somebody will tell me why they put it on there. Or, we've got this thing called the internet. If I find an image that I find interesting and I think there's a story there, and what happened here, you can Google it, and a lot of times you can find an obituary, and that's not just a modern thing too. You can do that for the old stuff too, um,
Sure.
and see, like, you one of my favorites, and it's actually in my family cemetery in the modern section. It's not one of mine, but um, there's a again a black granite gravestone with an etching of a parking meter, and so you look at that and you go, that's got to mean like time's up. Your meters run out. That just like that modern equivalent of the
Sure.
hourglass.
Sure.
So I was working with the librarian to do this program, and I used it in the program, and they went on to tell me the story because it's a small town. They know this guy, um, and he had a parking meter put on his tombstone because in the 1930s or so, when he was a younger man, there was this little sport about vaulting parking meters, so leapfrogging parking meters, and he was
Okay.
particularly good at it, and he liked to do it, and he was known for leapfrogging or vaulting over the parking meter. So that's why there's a
Gotcha.
parking
And
meter
you had
on
that
his.
explained to you after. That's so cool. I
Yeah,
love that. You are right. Even though there's a lot of very plain graves still out there, there is some that are really special that have that little bit about the person, and you're right. That is a really cool thing to come out of modern graves, like
it's
sharing the
become more
details.
acceptable. Yeah, it's become more acceptable, and like I said, I think I see it from like the somewhere in the 80s forward. It people want to say who they were. They want to leave something of themselves because it makes them still here. It keeps them here, keeps a memory alive for the people that come to visit, the close people, the family people, but also it's a little signal to the rest of us that are out there traipsing around, uh,
It
you know,
is.
an opportunity to meet people.
Dusty's dad, he passed a few years ago, and he's buried in a really small cemetery in a West Texas town. And all the graves there were very standard.
Oh,
The people around those towns didn't have a lot of money. They just probably did like the easiest, cheapest graves. Some of them were the plaque graves. Some of them were just like etched granite or laser cut granite. And Dusty's dad, he was such a unique guy, and he loved sailboats. He just loved sailboats. So when we had to decide on what kind of tombstone to do, all his kids were like, you know what, we should do a sailboat. So it's a like a rough rock basically. It's not all polished.
Yep.
It's one of those rough ones, and it has a little
Yep.
tiny bench attached to it on the side, and it has a sailboat, and it says "Chase the
Fabulous.
Dream," which was his little
Oh,
slogan.
that's fabulous. Right.
So
And
it was great.
without knowing that person, a total stranger can come in and is actually being invited to sit and, enjoy the weather, enjoy the sun, visit visit with the person that it's there, that the stone is there for, you know, in some, watch the wildlife, watch the birds or whatever. It's a nice invitation to sit. And now you
It is.
definitely got a little view into that individual. That's awesome.
Yeah, and his dad specifically was like, I want people to come visit me. Like, I
Yep.
want, whenever my time comes, like, I don't just want to be there forgotten. I want people to come visit me. So that's why Dusty and his sisters specifically were like, no, we're going to put a little bench so it makes it more inviting for us to
Absolutely.
visit or anybody else that comes by to have a seat. So he was a very unique individual, and his gravestone definitely shows how unique he was in the sea of like normal West Texas, not a lot of like pizzazz on anything, and there's
Yep.
his sailboat in the middle of the desert, you know
That's
so
awesome.
it
That's
makes
fantastic.
a lot of sense. Yeah, it's really cool. So it is nice that now we have more options to do, these different shapes and all the stuff to give a little
Yep.
bit of people's personality a chance to show through. Because, back in the day with all the old colonial ones, they had very specific styles, very repeating patterns, and you'd be like, okay, what do you want? Do you want the winged skull? Do you want the skull and crossbones? Do you want the hourglass?
Right.
Sickle, what are we doing? So it was like very like few options really to, I mean, I guess people could have done whatever, but that was just the style. But now there's not really any
Yeah.
limitations.
Yeah.
But people
Back
aren't
then,
really
it's not
doing
about the
big anymore.
personality.
It's true, it was
No.
about keeping with the style.
Yeah. Yep. And it was in the colonial period, it's not about the individual, it is about the message. It is about the message about mortality and morality. Um, in the 19th century garden cemeteries, high Victorian, by the time we come to the last quarter of the 1800s, it's high Victorian. So they are making massive monuments, and they just got more ornate and larger.
I
And then
love it. I
after
love that
Queen,
shit.
absolutely. That's why you loved Laurel Hill.
I know. Oh, it's so majestic, so majestic.
There, and then when you get into the modern stuff, so there's a backlash against all that over ornamentation and high sentimentality and that frenetic emotion. Um, and they want to return the, so in the land of the living, there's this movement to shun all of that Victorian stuff. There's the arts and crafts movement, so the architecture changes, the furniture changes, the style of dress changes. Women cut their hair, take off the corsets, men shave off those big beards. All of that stuff changes as we get century come into the 20th century, and then um, it also happens in the land of the dead as well. They want to take that space and make it easier on the eye, less busy, more pastoral. Modern landscaping becomes something that plays a role. We want it to all kind of look the same and be easy on the eye. We need to be able to mow it efficiently, cost effectively, time effectively. Um, and I tell people when I'm giving my presentations, when we get to that modern section, I tell people, you know what, if you want a gravestone, if you want a particular stone, you want to say something, do it now before you leave. And buy your plot before you leave. Do not buy any of that stuff. Definitely don't buy a monument until you know exactly what the rules of that cemetery that you're buying or own a plot in. Know what those rules are, because a lot of places have a lot of rules of what you can and can't do. Some are very liberal, and you can have any kind of height stone or any kind of imagery or any kind of plantings, or balloons and bird feeders or little gardens or what you can leave and what you can't leave. And others are super nothing taller than this, no plantings, no this, no that, no this, no that. Um,
That's
and
smart.
it may not be what you want. I know of too many cases where people have purchased a stone and then find that the plot that they own, that stone doesn't fit in with the rules and
Ouch.
requirements of the cemetery. Right, not shape. And either that or you have to alter something that you designed and you liked and you really wanted, and you have to either discard it or alter it to be able to go in the place where you own the burial plot. So
That
it's
makes a
wise.
lot of sense.
Yeah.
Good advice for sure, just to think ahead. And, if you want what you want, it is a good idea to try to plan it out for yourself so you know exactly what you're getting.
Yep.
And even though it's a little
And
morbid, sometimes I see people's stones where there's no death date yet, and I'm like, that's so weird. They're coming and they're seeing their grave and they're not even in it. Like that's got to be kind of a trippy thing to see, but
it
it,
is
it is smart to get what it is that you want.
right. You get what you want, and also just from a financial point of view, if you prepay everything now, you've locked in the price. And it isn't anything you have to think of when you really need it and you're not necessarily thinking clearly. um, and and also, it's good estate planning because if you're looking to spend money out of an estate, you can prepay all of that stuff. And if if and the government doesn't look at it like you're trying to hide money somewhere. And this has got to do with older people and possibly going into nursing home facilities or any kind of care facilities. If you and you can spend a lot of money on a funeral plot, on a funeral, certainly on a cemetery plot, on a gravestone, on a funeral. Um, so you can spend that money out of your estate, and then it isn't quote unquote counted against you if you shortly thereafter have to go into some kind of care facility, and you would have to liquidate your estate so that
They're
um,
not going to take your gravesite away and be like, oh, well, you
yeah.
have equity in
Well,
this thing. That's
they're
good to
not
know.
going to accuse you of hiding money, basically. It's one of those things that out of your estate you're allowed to spend for, without sort of being penalized,
That's
in
really
terms
good
of,
to know. Because, yeah,
yeah.
Roxy said, I feel like there are so many things about post death that people don't ever think about, and this being one. It's true. It's not something that I had ever really thought about as like, okay, if you're going to get your stone first, if you're going to plan that, you got to make sure that everything matches up. And like, yeah, all of this stuff. There's just a lot of things that people don't know until all of a sudden somebody's gone
Now you
and
need
somebody's
it, right?
grieving. Yeah, you're grieving and you have to make all these arrangements, and they of course take advantage of people when it's an emergency. You need it right now. You can't really wait
Yep.
on that one. So
Yeah, if
it
you
is
need
good
a
things to think
plot,
about.
and somebody's just died, and you're going through that loss process, and you go to buy a cemetery plot and they hand you a contract that's an inch thick with what you can't, all your rules and regulations, and there's a lot of legalese and all of that kind of stuff. That's not the time you really want to be trying to focus on those kind of details. So, and there's just
Absolutely.
really no
People
reason
exploit
not to
that.
do it.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. I don't even know where I'm going to end up in this world. Who knows where I'll be? But if I do ever find that spot that I think I'll be, then I'll pick the perfect spot ahead
I
of
have
time and
no
make
doubt.
sure that I can put my pyramid shaped tomb there, because I'm not taking no for an answer with that one. We've got to do it. Just a simple little pyramid. No big deal. It's
Well,
totally
yeah, if
fine.
you're going to be mummified, you need a pyramid.
Yes. Yes, you do. Because think about it. How many pyramids have you seen walking around in different people's graveyards? Not very many. Nicolas Cage has one in New Orleans. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I
Do you
have.
know
I don't
about
know
that
how they
shit?
let him. I
Ah!
don't know how they let
I
him get away with that. I mean,
fucking money.
Yeah, he made a donation to
It's
the
crazy.
diocese. That's how he got away with that. There's a
And it's
really
in the
great
most
pyramid.
historic cemetery too. It's in the St. Louis Cemetery number 2,
Right?
where Marie Laveau is buried, and he has a shiny white pyramid in
Yeah,
it.
very, very shiny white. Yeah,
Yes,
it's not
it's
good.
ridiculous.
It's not. And it's in the funniest place too. Like you come around the corner and it slaps you in the face. Like what the fuck is that? It's
Yeah.
not
Roxy
good.
says, I thought we were propping up your rainbow wrapped mummy in my living room. Change of plans?
Oh, of course you would have a rainbow wrapped mummy. Of course you would.
With Christmas lights. The whole thing.
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh, awesome. This has been so much fun. This has been like such an
Indeed.
informative and super fun episode. Is there anything that you have to share? Any other stories or anything that you want to pop out there before we go? And we'll take questions from chat. If anybody in the chat has any questions, we will take them now. Got
I am
anything to add?
sure we could do this. What's it been? 10:30. It's now 20
4
minutes to
hours.
3. Right. So I'm sure we could do this another 4, 5, 10,
I
12
know.
hours. So I could tell you all kinds of stories. We could share all kinds of stuff, and everybody's got them. There isn't anybody out there. No, very few people out there that don't have that kind of story to tell me. And they do. They share them with me all the time, and I get to travel all over the world and visiting cemeteries and learning and listening and teaching and making art. And um, I guess the last thing I'll say, I was been meaning to ask you if you've been to the Oddities and Curiosities Expo. I think they've had one in Seattle.
I have not,
It's
but that's right up my alley, and I would love to go to
Yeah.
that.
So
Absolutely.
Oddities is it, I think it's really funny. Oddities used by virtue of its name. It's odd. So it's weird and it's off the radar and it's out of the mainstream and popular. Oddities markets are a really big thing. So like the cemetery
Oh
market
yeah,
with all those in the cemetery and with those types of vendors. Um, there's
we
a
have a lot of
traveling
markets like
one.
that in Seattle. We have a bunch of like weird, spooky markets and stuff like that.
Yep.
So I'm
Yeah,
definitely,
they are the
definitely in on that.
mainstay. They're the mainstay of the markets I do now. They used to be just regular old arts and crafts markets, but now majority of what I do, the markets that I do, are have got that oddity slant. So there's an oddities and curiosities expo. Um, they have I don't know how many dates they do, but they probably do somewhere around 50 dates a year, and it travels. It's this oddities market that travels all over the place, and they
Cool. Oh,
they
I'll have to check that
definitely
out.
check them out. I know they're coming near you. May or may not have already happened, but it's one of the things that's brought me out on the road at different places. So I was in Detroit 2 weeks ago. Next month, I'll be in Richmond, Virginia. So watch for video go lives from Hollywood Cemetery in Richmond, which is one of those must see 19th
Oh
century
yeah. Oh, Dusty
cemeteries.
said Seattle in October.
There you
They're having
go.
one in Vegas. Oh, the one in Vegas is when Roxy's out on tour with her band. That sucks. But Seattle in October. So
There you go.
anybody that wants to come up to Seattle and hang out for that in October of all months, that's perfect. That's fucking perfect.
Yep,
I will definitely check that out because that was right up my alley.
it
So,
is, and it's the vendors are amazing. It's everything. It's taxidermy, wet specimens, um, uh, illustrations, amazing art. Um, there's a good share of funerary antiques and
so what
gravestone
you're saying is
girls,
I'm gonna spend a
and
lot of fucking money.
I'd
A
start
lot.
saving now. Yeah,
Damn
yeah.
it.
It's hard to make a decision is part of the issue, and they
Oh,
also
I'm
have
terrible at that because I'm always like, I love everything, and then I can't make a decision, and it is so hard. I get stressed out at places like that because I want everything, and I know that I can't have everything. It's not possible.
yeah, the
It's
level
a
of
lot.
creativity is pretty spectacular. Um, so I'm doing Richmond and Chicago next month. Is that it for me for the year? Yeah, for the oddities expos. So I'm doing a little experiment. I drove to Detroit, which I do a couple of times a year for different markets, and this time around I was driving there. I drove to Cleveland first, and then I drove Cleveland to Detroit. It's just about only about 3 hours. So I did it the next day. Really shitty roads, under construction, in the pouring rain, and I'm driving, going, "This fucking sucks. I am not driving to Chicago." But I'm still going to do the expo in Chicago. So I've been working on a plan to figure out how to get out there. I'm probably going to take the train because I need to take all my wares with me and get them out there safely. So therefore, I cannot give them to the airline. And if it works, then now suddenly, for future markets next year in Seattle and in California and some of the other farther away places, yeah, I might I might be able to come out and do them. I might be able to bring Gravestone Girls that far out on the road that we can be physically at a market out on the West Coast.
That's awesome. That would be fantastic. And anytime if you bring your gravestone art over here for a show or whatever, please come stay with me. I would be so happy to host you out here, and we will
Thank
have
you.
adventures
We would
together. I
have
would
big
absolutely.
adventures. I watch all the stuff
Oh,
you
I would
post from
love
the
it.
road. You guys are always out and about. It's fabulous.
I know
Now
we're actually going to
I
Vegas
get to
tomorrow. We get to fly in a plane
awesome.
tomorrow. Yeah. We're actually going to go visit our lovely mod, Gun Show Roxy, and
I
her husband
love
Chris,
that
and
name.
it's
I
going to be
love
great.
that name. Gunshow
You know,
Roxy.
yeah, she is the singer of the Roxy Gun Project band, which
Yep.
is a cover band here on Twitch. So you should definitely
Oh, cool. I will definitely
check
check it
out her channel. It's awesome, and they also have a band as well. Like what is the word that I'm looking for? I guess just a punk band. They have like a poppy punk band, which is so fun. So original band. That's the damn word. I was like, why could I not come up with the word original band?
because we've
So
been talking
yeah,
for 4 hours. We may be running out of words in the English
I know.
language,
Never.
except fuck.
Actually, when Roxy and Chris were out here visiting a couple months ago, I had them on the podcast, and we did 7 hours. We sat here
Holy
for
shit.
7 hours, which was so fun. There was Jameson, we had songs, and we just talked for forever. Yeah, sorry, Roxy, original band, my bad. Burp, burp, burp. And I'm like, how about punk? We'll just say punk. That's totally fine. But yeah,
That'll
original is what
work.
I was going for. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited that you are doing so great with your online sales and that you're getting back into doing actual events. And I really hope that that does bring you to the West Coast sometime. I really, really hope that it does. And I still need to get one of your pieces. And I will tell you, Dusty, my lovely husband here, for our anniversaries, we usually the past couple years we kind of slacked off, but how we do anniversaries, we don't get presents for each other. We go in on
You
a
go
special
somewhere.
item. No, we
Oh,
get like a really
fabulous.
cool item. So we have a lot of fossils, like
Yep.
more expensive fossils than we just on a whim normally would do,
Right.
and
Right.
meteorites and some like crazy rocks and everything. And
Fabulous.
he was like, we should do something this year. We're a little bit late. It was July 13th was our anniversary. But I would like to propose, and we'll see what Dusty says about this, but I think we should go in and get one of your pieces to hang up in our house. And that will be our anniversary prize because it's stupid. I don't
Fabulous.
have one. Why do we not have one? I love your art so much. So I'm going to go on your
I
website
don't have any of my
after
own
this.
stuff, so
Ah, well, that's your own fault. I would decorate my entire house if I were you. But no, I know you're giving it to the people. You got to share with the people. But I would really love to do that. So we'll check out your shop,
I
and
would
I'd
be
love to
honored.
support you as well. That's awesome. Yay! Well, thank you
Excellent.
so very much. Oh, Dusty said, we have a new follower, Bilbo Thorn. Bill Bob. Bill Bob Thorn. Thank you so much for coming. Unfortunately, you came right at the
Ooh.
end of our show, but we're really glad that you came in, and you can actually go back and watch this episode if you are interested. After we're done streaming, it'll be up on the site for a couple weeks. So just thank you for following, and thanks for being here. But
Great.
as far as having you on, Petunia, this was so absolutely amazing. And like I said, I knew we could talk forever because you're like 3 hours, and I'm like, girl, trust me, we could go into.
I know.
We'll have so many fun stories, but I really cannot wait to see you again. I really cannot wait for us to be able to hang out and
That would be awesome.
just be in the flesh again. We will make it happen. We will definitely make it happen. So
Well,
thanks for
anytime
being
you
a great
guys start
guest.
heading this way. Yes, absolutely. So good to see you. Good to see you too, Dusty.
This was so
Thanks for
great.
everything. Thanks for the opportunity to sit and gab. This has been great.
Yes, and I gotta get your house tour. Like now, I feel like I need to make a trip to Massachusetts just for your fucking house tour because I feel like it's gonna be like my dream collection. I'm really feeling that pretty hard.
Particularly once I finish all my renovations. Then,
Yeah, okay, that'll
but
be
I
even
mean,
better. It'll
I
be
mean,
even
I've
better.
already lived here for 20 years and I'm just getting started doing stuff. So
Well,
I
one
don't know
day
what the
we'll give
fuck
you
I was
plenty
waiting
of
for, though.
notice. I don't know, but you know what? COVID lit a fire. Now shit's moving. Things are energy's shaking up a little bit. At least it's moving in the right direction. And I will be
Indeed.
so happy to come and see it someday. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for
Excellent.
being here. And we will end transmission, but please come back in, pop in on Twitch and hang out with us.
Absolutely. Now that I know how, I absolutely will.
Yay, good. And make sure you check out here. Let me put up this little our friends screen here. Show some love to our Twitch family, the Risky Biscuit Band, the Roxy Gun Project
Cool.
with Miss Gun Show Roxy, and Tony Smiley. These are our three favorite musical acts here on Twitch. So anybody that
Awesome.
has not followed these guys, give them a follow. It's super entertaining, and they're good people to have around for sure. All right.
Awesome.
Well, we
I'll
will see
definitely
you
check it
next
out.
time. I will talk to you again. Tavia said thank you so much for sharing and teaching and informing all of us. Heather says thank you. Dusty says thank you. Roxy says thank you. It's awesome.
Thank
Everybody
you,
loved it.
everybody.
Yes. All right.
Yay!
Well,
That's because we rock.
yay, we did it. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll
Awesome.
talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Annie.